Hello, we're live. Give me just a second to fiddle with some screen. There we go. Alright. Sorry about that. I woke up a few minutes late and I was gonna start stream around 10:05 or so, but turns out Windows had other plans for me, and so when I booted into Windows last night to get some stuff and do a deployment, it managed to somehow alter the disk recognition for the drive that I share between Windows and Linux, which keeps all of the projects on it. I'm not sure how it managed to do that, but it did. And so I spent the last 45 minutes or so fighting with Linux to get it to remount my storage drive so that I have access to our projects again. And, doing the other setup tasks I meant to do before 10 a.m. But everything seems to be working now. I managed to get Godot launched and linked back into our project, so we're good there. Which, as a reminder on where we left off yesterday, we'll just run it real quick. It'll establish our board and randomly spawn in these player objects and send them to a tile. Remember that right now the tile location it's choosing is always the top left corner. There are 5 of them. That's why the numbers look a little weird for the player names. But this should give us just enough visibility on size that you can somewhat tell what's going on with your character. We need to do a little bit of randomization, place our resources, and get them to go to a node. And then once we have that, we're going to be tying in the Discord bot stuff today. I think to start with, I just want to get it connected to the bot as best I can, and probably try and get a command running. That should solve some problems. Before that, I think the plan is to tweak. I might tweak some things real quick before then so that the logic is a little more fluid. I think the intention right now is that when a command comes from Twitch, or, well, the bot in general, I think its intention is to execute all the way through and then despawn the character. Reason for that being is that gives us the intention was to have it to where when a person joins Twitch chat, a character is created for them, and we can still do that to an extent. We might have like a spawn in to showcase it or something like that, but we don't want a bunch of little characters hanging out here doing nothing. I don't want this to get flooded or anything like that. So I think what our plan is going to be now is we will treat this kind of like StarCraft 2 SCVs. I might expand the size of our little hub a little bit, and then we'll have the SCVs will return to the hub and go underneath it, and then despawn is kind of the intention here. Which means I need to do a couple things to support that. The first of those is going to be we need to decouple our hub object from our map. So if we go to our gathering scene, we have hub here, so we're just going to remove that. And then if we go to our hub scene, let's increase the size of our sprite. Let's do 48. And then we need to go to the game container. So cells is where we're going to spawn in all of our cells. Players is where we're going to spawn in all of our players. Players is a container. We don't care. It's just a reference point for us. Cells is actually meant to be a visual area, which is why this is blue and the other one was white. Gathering is our game board, which is why it's blue as well. In order to get cells to layer over gathering, we have it below. Players need to layer over cells, but then hub needs to layer over. So I think we have a segment in here called structures. I'm trying to think because I think for now we just have it to where it's behind it. And so if we had a section, it would be a node. We're gonna call it structures. Okay, and then under structures, we want to add our hub scene. And then we're going to add another node here. Node. This node is going to be our resources. So this will give us the location where we can store our structures. We have hub. This will give us the location to store these. If we go to 2D, we can see, this is our new hub off here to the side. But we also need to update this. There, now it's gone. All right, hub. Let's drag you into position. Roughly, we need to go to here, and it is center should be 330 by 330. This is now centered. We will have to, I think, change in our maps. I think the plan is that maps will get toggled on and off our background based on game state, which we'll have to house in game. We will then have to spawn and despawn hub location based on that. Can I help you, Edgar? We're at a dilemma here. So now if we run this, let's save it first. If we run this, they're all behind it, which is what we wanted. All right, and then we need to let's go to our player script. We want to add a, we no longer want to be using set destination. Instead we want to add a function that is gather resource. This is what we want to switch to. As part of gather resource, we're going to need a resource object to gather from, which is going to take in a resource, which would be a node 2D. This is what we eventually want to get to. So in order to support that, we need to go to our game script. Oh, first off, we need to create a new scene. It's going to be under entities. We're going to call you a resource. Oh, we already created a resource. Let's open this up. We got nothing. Okay. So let's make these a blue square for now. Which is going to have us add in a child sprite. These sprites are going to have a texture applied to them. We will do the usual for, if I can find it, gradient 2D. We'll modify the gradient to remove our secondary color, and then we'll just change our primary color to be a blue. That looks good to me. This is now our resource node. Oh, right. We probably want to set this down to 32, 32. And then we should be able to go back to game, go to our script for game. Now we should be able to spawn in every cell when it spawns in. If we go to cells, actually. In cells, we can add our resource. We can toggle visibility to off. When a cell is created, we know its width and, sorry, we know its width and we know its height. So we know the area it's going to fill. So we can create and we also know the resources size. So here, first off, let's make sure if we toggle visibility on for this. I just had a thought. If we change visibility layer, so if we use visibility layer in light mask, so if we use visibility layer 1 for background objects, we could do, I don't know, like 5 for player objects. That gives us 1 through 4 for anything we need to do background related, 5 for player objects, and then 6 through 10 if we need to do foreground layers. So resources would we would want to be in visibility layer 6. So if we save that, this should show when we run the game. Boom. Right, our player sprite is blue. So let's change our resource color. What do we have right now? We've got green, red, and blue. So let's change our resources to yellowish. Actually orange, I like orange. Yeah, let's do orange. Actually, let's do like a magenta, the pinkish magenta color. This would be more what we're looking for here. Alright. That should be pretty identifiable. We'll update this later, of course. So this gives us our structure there. If we now go back to our game object and change player object and change the visibility layer to 5, and then go to our hub object and change its visibility layer to, this would be foreground structures, so 6 through 10 are our structures. So we'll do hub 6 and resource visibility layer. We'll do 6 as well for this. They should never overlap, so that's fine. So that gives us everything except for when you go to the gathering. Let's place our hub back into this scene directly. And then we want your, so we want gathering visibility layer to be 1, which means we want its sprite visibility layer to be 1. And then the hub's visibility layer should be inherited, which is 6. And then we can take its transform and position it at the center. Save this, and then we can go back to game 2D. Let's remove this entire object structure, and now we should still have that, but we should have that same layered, nope, gathering, visibility, set correctly, players, it's not an OTD, cells, visibility, this shouldn't have any alterations to it. All right. Do I have visibility layers backwards? No, because that would put this as first. I wonder if they just use visibility layer to resolve conflicts at the same level. So if I make cells, here, when we run this, yeah, we're getting our background, just making sure. So if I change the cells to here and run it, cells disappear because they're rendered behind it. That's what we'd expect. If I change the visibility layer on cells to 2, okay, and then place you behind it. Oh. Is it ordering? Oh, it's, I need to be changing Z index, not. Okay, so I don't care about that. What I do care about is, well, first off, I don't need this anymore. We need to go to our resource node and change U to Z index ordering of 6. And then we need to go to our cell and change your Z index ordering. We'll leave you at the default. No, cells need a Z index of 1. Resources need a Z index of 6. Okay, player. Your Z index needs to be 5. Hub, your ordering Z index needs to be 6. Hub here, nope, that should inherit it. This needs to have a Z index ordering of 0. Okay, so if we run this, okay, our ordering is now working as I'd expect. Perfect. So we got our overlapping fixed. Now we want to if we need to check and see if a node I'm wondering if we should move the cells to no longer be dynamically created and change them instead to be manually added to our game board. That way we can drop the center one. we could then also, let me look at our script for game. So if we change this to be statically part of our board, we just need to get a reference to cells as a common interface, and that would give us our options every time. Yeah, let's try that. So I would go into the gathering, 2D. You now have cells between these two. So we are going to create a container node, which we are going to put here, and we are going to call cells. And then we are going to drag our container entity cell.scene. So there would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we can ignore that center one. You are the first one. 0, 0. Right. You have all the cells. These are no longer relevant. All the cells are 660, so 220 by 220. You all need unique IDs. And then positioning is going to be 0, and then your position will be 220, and then your position will be 440. No, let's just do these. So this is the next row, which is going to have 220, and then this is the row after that, which is going to have 440, and then you transform 440, and you transform 220, and last. All right, top right corner for all of these for the resource node, but that's fine. So now if we go to our scripts for game, let's comment this out. Right, before we can do that, we need to go to our scripts for gathering. Do you have scripts? No. So gathering, attach a script. So we need it to we're gonna have to introduce a game state manager in the game, which will then choose which scene, which map to render. Upon rendering and displaying the map, it then needs to grab the children. So all of our maps need a function get cells, which will take in no values and return a, these are all node 2Ds. So node 2D array. I don't know what the structure looks like for arrays in Godot. So let's look it up. GD script return array. Array. Node 2D. Alright, and then okay, and then we can return cells.get children. Internal children from the returned array. See add child's internal parameter. None of these should be internal children. Cannot return value of type array node because this function return type no. Everything's a node, so that's fine. We can now return our cell objects, which means in our game script, let's create a state machine for game. We probably want to save that. Alright, we now have our state machine. So let's set it to, let's do map. Let's just convert this over to handling our map transitions. So we have gathering, building, and battle. I want to be consistent here. Gathering, build. Let's go consistent the other way. Gather, build, battle. We have a map. Map.gather. So now we have this stored. We can rename that to gather, rename that to gather, rename this to build, and that one's battle. Okay. We want all three map instances to exist. So gather, build, battle, you are gather, and then gather. Let's make a container for these just to make referencing them a little bit easier. We want a plain node, call you maps. We have gather, we have build, and lastly, we need battle. All right, and now we can do we have a way to get, I think we can get nodes by name. So we can do $maps.get child. Okay, so we have to do it by index. All right, so let's store. Let's do it this way. Get map node, which takes in nothing and returns a node. And all it needs to do is a switch on map. In the case of map.gather, returning that. In the case of map.build, we return that. And then in the case of map.battle, we return that. Okay. End of statement after expression found identifier instead. GD script switch syntax. It has match, which does not use case identifiers. Now we can fetch a node consistently. So we can store, right, we don't need to store it. We should probably add if we go to this script, as long as we have a container named cells, this will work. Which means we can actually rename this to map script. And if we go to gather, it's pointing to the map script. If we go to build, we can link this to our attached script. Oh, this is map. So this is now attached to it, and then this can also do attach script to map. Now we just need to add our child container. This, and we call it cells. And then we can go here and rename. Nope. Nope. Add node. Rename this cells. And then we need a cell scene as a child. So that's build, battle, cell scene as a child. So now, anytime we want to create a new map, it just needs to follow this structure. We can then reference the cells we create, shape them, and do whatever we need to within the map object. The game object can get cells, which is how we will identify where players go from our Twitch command in every case, because it's always / for lack of a better keyword right now, interact, and then the first number is an integer, which would be the cell. And so in battle and build, we have the 3 lanes. So we can just reference those, you know, we probably want to index those on a 1, which means in, oh, right. Do we 0 index or do we 1 index those? First off, I think we tie it to ID, not to our index itself, which means in here, we need this to be 1. So we need to set this for all of them. We definitely no longer need this, I don't believe. This is still valid. It no longer needs to set its position, and it no longer needs to set width, size. These are no longer relevant, so we can delete those. This is still relevant, I believe, because we're going to have to resize these. The rest of this resource stuff we haven't gotten to. I'll rename this from size to line size. Line size and line size, because that's what it is. Just to make sure that we don't get confused about that in the future. This should work. Oh, right, I never finished updating this. All right, so we can get our map node. Once we have a map node, let's grab our cells. So we're going to do, can I do const cells equals map node dot, what do we call our function in, just close some of this out, map, get cells. So we now have cells, which is this dot get cells should be a list of all of those. This is actually an array. So for now, let's leave it like this, which is going to be cells dot size. Now fix one of our problems. Let's randomly position our resource upon start. So if we go to container, that'd be a cell. Right now, cells always have resources, but that's not actually true. It's going to depend on the mode. So let's delete resource from here. Then we need to go to resource scene. Let's make sure that's correct. Okay, good. If we go to our gather scene, this has resources. Each cell contains a resource. So we're going to want to bind like so. Do we care? Let's go ahead and do it and see how it turns out. Why are all of these being called resource 2? Resource. But then if we go to gather, weird. Whatever. Resource. Boom. Our resource shouldn't have much of any logic tied to it. Nope. Let's save here and save here. If I go in here and delete this, run it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cell 5 no longer has a resource on it. So that is all working as expected. And then let's add this back to resource 5. Alright, so we can add and remove resources based on our map now. When a resource is loaded in, we want to default it to invisible. So if we default, then it goes here, and we want to set the visibility false. Should be as simple as that. None of them are visible. Ooh, I am curious. This shouldn't hide this when he goes under it. Okay, good. The first thing we need to do is when a resource is spawned.
LeGinger Deb just raided with 9 viewers.
Thanks for the raid. Welcome. We're still building out our game that we started yesterday. I'm just going through and adding a few more little features here and there before I start tying it into the server stuff. Welcome. Did you manage to get your build going from yesterday that you mentioned? That's all good. Yeah, if you want to send it over. I can play it for a little bit. I'm hoping to have the bare bones gathering side. Oh, nice. I'm looking to have the bare bones gathering side done hopefully today. Nice. By trade, I am technically under the category of web dev. But I got my degree in computer science, a decade ago. And so when I originally went to college, it was for architectural engineering. I actually nearly finished my degrees in both electrical and computer engineering before I finished my degree in computer science. So I'm all over the place when it comes to that. From a work standpoint, from my professional career standpoint, I would say of the past 12 years I've been in industry, about 10 of it has been focused on front-end engineering, so think the rendering side of websites. The other 2 years were focused on in industry, we're focused on back end development for web. And then I have nice. And then I have 6 months of or so of professional development on like application development, mostly in Java. That's not web related. Up until the past roughly no, I guess we're going on 3 years now since I started my company. Um, I do contracts for web development, again, mostly front end, although I do a lot of infrastructure, which would technically fall under DevOps. The outside of that, in particular in the past year, I've done 2 game jams now. Before and then, one of those I did in web tech, the other one I did in Godot. And then of course I'm building Godot games now. Prior to yesterday, the past roughly 3 weeks has been spent relearning C++ and working on SDL. Oh yeah. I actually have a company I'm going to be joining come early January. Most likely. It's not guaranteed yet. We still have to finalize details and stuff. But they do game dev as well as other things. I'm mostly going to be focused on their non-game development stuff. But I will be helping out a little bit with that. But all the games they build I don't want to talk too much about what they do, but all the games they build rely on web tech. So it's a good fit for me because I'm getting into game dev, but I'm about as professional experienced as you can get when it comes to front end web tech, and it's a game, so it's all front end. Well, it's mostly front end. Let me figure out why my mouse died. Swap batteries real quick on this. But yeah, I applied for a bunch of positions a while back for game dev stuff, and the industry is pretty rough on that front, especially for anyone looking to get started. Even more so if you're looking to get started, but you don't want to take a massive hit on having during transitioning careers. So I was just assuming I was going to take, decade of experience straight back to junior developer. But I lucked out and found this position. Most of what I'm going to be doing is going to be tech support oriented. So I'm going to be doing what I was doing at Amazon. For the interviews I was doing for software dev stuff, I don't think I've done a algorithms question in a while. My most recent web dev oriented interview was more pretty much the entirety of the interview process. That wasn't just discussing and talking with a hiring manager to get a feel on team fit. Pretty much the entire interview that they did was oriented around 2 main concepts. The first one was software architecture. So it was because I was applying for a senior position, so it was very much heavily focused on can you build a reliable, scalable system? And then the entire rest of the interview process was around AI. Can you use AI to code effectively? And so even if they had made me an offer, I probably would have turned that one down, just because I enjoy coding. I spent like 3-4 months diving real deep into AI, going everywhere from what I use now, not obviously in Godot, but running Copilot locally to do effectively I use it for autocorrect. Yeah, and so in a junior dev, position's gonna be a little bit different, but no matter what, I warn away from companies where if they dedicate the majority of their technical stuff to testing your ability in AI, just run away. There's two real big reasons for that. One, multiple studies now have shown that outsourcing your thinking to AI will degrade your ability to think. That's it was a this goes back to when books were introduced, way back when you know, the ancient Greek philosophers were a thing, and they were concerned about outsourcing thinking to others would degrade your ability to think. And they've actually done studies on it since then. And AI, a more recent study on AI, showcased this pretty heavily. Um, think about what you're doing. You can use it to help you research, although it has shown that using AI to do your research or to assist in your research will reduce the likelihood that you can retain that knowledge when compared against talking with people or doing the research yourself, which I find hilarious. Yeah. So it's nice if you just use it to find the, proper area to search. I use it in like my search engine stuff all the time, just so I can have it jump straight to the area that's relevant to what I'm doing in the docs, and then I'll read the docs. So great for stuff like that. Yeah, I'm on Linux right now. Will it run on Linux? I clicked the download button a second ago. I noticed you didn't have a web build for it. It's got a bunch of DLLs and EXEs in here, so let's see if we can get it to run through. I should have Steam open, actually. Library. Alright, let's see if I can extract here. Alright, I should just be able to link it in Steam real quick. I don't want to show all that. Well, that's fine. It's the page I'm about to go to. That's the problem. I need to remember where the game linking is. I think it's through this page. Add a game. Non-Steam game. Browse. Let me just make sure. Oh, there it is. Force use of specific Steam play. Nope. Alright. Yeah, it should be set up to go now. Let's see if it'll launch. It attempts to launch and then immediately crashes. Let me see if I can run it this way. Do you have a method in place that you've tested for triggering it to launch off of Steam? I don't think I have Wine installed right now. Wait. That's not what I'm looking for. Let's install Wine, see if I can run it that way. So on Linux, not Wine, Steam has a Proton built into it, and so it's supposed to, because I have the compatibility. Oh, let me double check that I have my compatibility settings turned on. On Steam, if you install Steam on Linux and toggle on your compatibility settings, then you can link a game to it, and when it launches through Steam, it will run it with Proton on it, which allows Windows games to run on Steam. Yeah, I have Proton set here. Let me switch it to a different version of Proton and see if maybe that'll fix it. Restart Steam. It is just to avoid me having to install Wine. Oh, right. I might need to close that out. Okay, let's see if I can run it this way. Nah, it instantly crashes. Let's see if that turning off the Steam overlay will help. Nope. All right, let me go back to installing Wine. And then relaunch Godot. Let's do it this way. I hate that it's not letting me. What were we working on earlier? This. There we go. Where'd my installer window go? Looks like it's done. All right. Let's see if I can open this now. Oh. Let me fiddle with my scenes for a second. Give me a second. All right. I like the parallax in the background. I have no clue what I'm getting into. Is it too hard to see? I have an ultra wide monitor, so full screen is a bit of an issue sometimes. It's got some heavy letterboxing going on here. There we go. I like the art style for sure. What was this at? The cultist sounds remind me of the villager sounds from Minecraft. the Our kitten is zooming around the house right now. It's pretty sweet so far. I'm liking it. I'm really liking the art style in particular. Um, I'm not a huge idle clicker fan, but I can see the appeal definitely. You don't like the shading? How is it? How is it differing on Linux when it comes to the shading? Not quite sure what you mean. Got it. Yeah, I mean it's very polished, it's very smooth. I'm not like encountering any issues as I go through. The it's fairly intuitive. There's no real issues, but it's still an idle clicker game, like a clicker style game, um, which isn't really a genre of game that I've ever been particularly interested in. So it's hard for me to judge it in a way that would make sense on that front. You know what I mean? I do like I assume the shaders and the particle effects and those kinds of things are all programmatically added. Um, and they all, like I said, it all looks great. The effects all look good. The animations are all tied together. It's real smooth. I'm not running into any issues, even though I'm running it through Wine on Linux, which is not efficient at all. There are going to, the shader effect that you're seeing probably isn't even Linux related. There's a good chance it might be just tied to the fact that it's being emulated through Wine. But I'm not noticing any issues with any of it. There's no hiccups in the gameplay. There's no oddities going on, nothing. It's all real smooth and it's running great. I like the concept. It's very polished, especially for, I think you said you've only been working on it for like 35 days now. Yeah, I'm not running into any issues. I don't know what the bar across the bottom is used for yet. But it's looking great. Yeah, especially for being 35 days in, it's really polished. I really like the animations you guys did for the cultist praying. Got it. Yeah. I figured it was probably something tied to experience and along those lines. Is the intention to make it into, because right now it's just I mean, so far it's a fairly straightforward idle clicker. But you mentioned like leveling up and stuff. Are you is the intention to add a secondary, I guess it wouldn't be secondary, another progression system through the leveling mechanics? Yeah, the art style is great. But is your intention to add another progression system through a like the leveling system like you mentioned, or is it meant to be more like introducing like roguelike features where progression is a decoupled from the stage progression where you're unlocking things? Got it. I like what you did with the zoom and interactions when you progress between stages. Got it. I'm just curious to know how the leveling system will tie into the because the unlock of rooms in itself is a fairly standard progression system for this style of game from the few that I have played. So I am curious to know, is the intention to I'm not sure what I'm doing here yet. Can I drag one of these guys to just go charge that? Guilt surge separately. Nice. I'm guessing I just haven't unlocked. The aim is to break the door. Yeah, I kind of caught on with to that portion during the intro bit. So is uh, moving between these unlocking and stuff like that. Okay, so I'm guessing unlocks here are more for just gaining you access to the progression tree, which is aimed at finishing the game. Is that kind of what you were thinking? Oh, did you see that? I managed to get a weird cursor there for a second. I don't know if I can recreate it. Got it. So if we drag one of you guys over here. Haha, nice. I like the sound. I would rate the duck flip 8 out of 10. I feel like the duck itself that's flipping could be a little more varied and it's too consistent on where it lands, you know what I mean? I feel like this should be what you're clicking on the entire time. It's too consistent to be believable. I think there was one for getting to the cultists. Getting up to 5 cultists is what it was. Not sure what the purpose of the cannons are. Is it supposed to? Nothing's happening when I press numpad 3. Spawn in a new cultist. Okay. I'm at max capacity. Extra cultist. Summon. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. You can just spam it. I can definitely click a lot faster. Press a button a lot faster than I can click in most cases. So if I drop our new cultist over here, does he start summoning this on his own? Sounds good. I am gonna have to get back to work though. Does it save progression is the question. Okay, good. I will play it a little bit more off stream tonight. Oh, I am noticing on ultra wides the menu is having a bit of issues. Alright. Well, I don't have an exit button through here, so we're gonna Yeah, I'll have to spend some time playing through it off stream. Today I'm wanting to refine our resource generation, get um, a mapping system in so when our characters move to a location, it is not just the top left corner of a cell, and see if I can get the Discord bot connected in so that I can start sending Discord commands to spawn players and send them off. So I got a lot I want to do and not a lot of time. But before I dive into that, I need more coffee. So give me just a minute and I'll be right back. Alright, we are back. So let's handle our randomization of our resource location within a cell real quick. So when we have our ready function called, we want a... No, we need to do this as a separate function because it's going to have to be called again multiple times. Right, that's not the syntax for that. Nope. Thank you, thank you. Coffee. So we need to... I'm fine with it being a float. We are inside of the resource node. So we want to give it 2 vectors. When we call randomize on this, the first vector is going to be width, height, and so we can do the position. I'm starting to wonder if maybe we should handle it. Since we're going to have to call this anyways, I think we might want to just handle this inside of the container. It's only ever used in one location. so we don't need it to be contained within here, so it's reusable. So if we head over to our gather scene, we can hit up the map. Let's function randomize resources void. We're going to remove this. We need to iterate through all of our cells. And remember, it's 4 cell in that. What's the... Okay, there we go. And then each cell has a width and height. So the range is going to be cell.position.x to cell.position. I wonder if these are relative. Let me test. You, let's make you visible. If I change your position to 200, 200, 100, that works. So let's reset you. You, if I make you visible, should be, actually, let's jump to, no, this one's fine. This one's fine. Visible. Your position's relatively. So 100, 100. Okay. Which means all of these are relative positions, so I don't even need the... yeah, it feels a lot like Python. That being said, if you're a web developer and you're predominantly dealing with like Lambda scripts and so microservices and front end, then Python is significantly more common than C Sharp is. I'm using GDScript because it's what the engine is optimized for Godot. And like I said, I got my background in C++, so all of the fundamentals are the same. If we pop over here, for loop is a for loop. They call it match in here, but it's a while loop kind of thing. And so all of the fundamentals are the same. It's just a syntax thing after that. And so when I was relearning C++, that's the most one of the hardest things to do is to relearn a low-level language like that, because pointers aren't something you deal with in other languages, especially the memory issues with it. But outside of that, it's all you really need to know is arrays are called vectors. Use maps for everything, stuff like that. And then it's just syntax. So learning a new language specific to this, it's less difficult for me to learn GDScript and use it right here than it is for me to know, oh, I want this sprite to have a texture. How do I apply textures? Or I want it, I need to know, I want this to increase in size. Do I change the texture size? Or am I supposed to be, for my use case, or should I be changing the scale? Like, those are harder for me to understand and learn on this game engine than GDScript is. So I might as well use what's the most user-friendly, coding language for it. Godot does have an extension I can install that will let me run C++ code in it. And so if I need to do something that's extremely computationally performant, I can write it in C and have it export data back. So that's nice. But aside from that, I might as well use the language that requires the least amount of effort. Because C# and pretty much any strong C-based language it has just absurd amounts of boilerplate. Um, just to be able to do this is probably about 4 times as much code in C as it is in here. I want to iterate through these. This is relative. So all of these are actually ranging from 0 to our cell's width. As a vector 2, which means we need and f on a range from 0 to cell height. Which of these is you should be visible. I do also need to grab, this is the cell. I don't need to set position on this. I need to set cell's resource position. No, I should do this inside of, let's do it this way. You are going to take in, can you get your parent in GD script? Get parent. So this should be the cell, which means we have a width and we have a height. We need to recall this at different times, but for now, we'll just randomize once. Randomize resource when it goes ready, which means we should no longer need this. It helps if I make them visible. So I want this to also be randomized. So if we pop into here, no. Resource scene. I need to add a child node that is a timer. If we go to the resource script, where did I put that logic? I'll put it in map. I need this in resource. The hardest part for me right now is that I'm using their inline editor and the key bindings for this are painful. Well, they're different. They're not necessarily painful themselves. They're very different from what I'm used to. I might have to switch over to using an external editor, um, which will complicate things for streaming for sure. Alright. I'll come back to that timer. Let's, for now, visible equals true. I need to fix my position so the nodes aren't off the screen like that. which means I need to bind this range. As far as projects go, so I don't generally recommend tutorials. The reason for that is watching a tutorial doesn't teach you anything. Following a tutorial barely teaches you anything above that. Building something and then referencing a tutorial is the best way to learn. So the best thing you can do is go figure out a project you want to build it, and then when you get stuck, go find a tutorial that tells you how to do that one specific thing. You will learn the most doing that. The more you focus on figuring it out and problem solving, the more it sticks. So if you were the driver behind it and you were the one going out and doing the thing and then you happen to get stuck, reference the documentation, reference a tutorial, and then come back and use that and just do the piece that you're stuck on until it unblocks you. Just doing that a handful of times, you will learn way more than spending 100 times that amount of time letting someone else do all of the thinking for you, essentially. So that's where I recommend going on that. As far as projects goes, I mean, the best way to learn is do something interesting you're interested in. So in the past I guess we're coming up on 3 years now, I learned 3D modeling. I learned how to induce graphene using lasers in materials. I've learned GD script. I've relearned C++. I learned how to use the Godot engine to build a game, and it's all of it was learned not through tutorials, but just I wanted to learn. I was interested in something, and I wanted to learn more about it. So the 3D modeling stuff came about because I was wanting to make a engine. So I learned how to 3D model, bought a large, I say large, it's not particularly large, a decent sized 3D printer so I could print out the pieces. So I had to learn 3D modeling so I could create my 3D models to print them off. I then had to learn how to coil like rotors and stators, how they interacted with each other, how to coil the wires to make them, how to get all that going. To create, technically I was creating a generator, not an electric motor, but you just manually spin it versus sending electricity through it is the difference between a generator and an electric motor. So I learned 3D modeling for that. As a side effect of it, I create from time to time, because I play D&D, I will find 3D models, tweak them, and then create our own minis. This is one of my failed ones. The one we actually use is with my Dungeon Master. And then this was for a little tiefling that I did for my fiance. So because I learned how to do 3D modeling to a basic extent, how to edit 3D models and how to extrude and create those, I was able to attach platforms to character models, and I can print minis now. I learned how to set up a laser engraver so that I could do laser-induced graphene based on a white paper that I found from research from MIT a while back. And so I have things, just interesting things I can play with. This was like $80. This, if you can see it, is it's got dog hair on it right now. This is it's like a 10 or 15 watt laser. It can only do single layers, but it's powerful enough to cut through like thin sheets of wood and different things like that. So I can take leather or wood or whatever, create a design, and then engrave it onto it using that. But the main reason I got that was if you calibrate a laser correctly, you can induce an exfoliated graphene on any carbon-based surface. In the research paper, they were doing this on like fruits because it's carbon based. But you can do it to paper, which is what I was doing. And so I used that to create, because I was interested again in batteries at the time, or sorry, engines and generators at the time. So which got me interested in batteries. And so I created it's not efficient. I don't have it laying around anywhere. But I created a design which got me into learning how to do circuit designs so that I could laser engrave them, which got me into that for supercapacitor. They're very simple, and so I used that to create an exfoliated graphene to create it, and it worked. It wasn't particularly useful. It didn't have enough capacity to do anything I wanted with it. So I mean, it didn't really go anywhere. But I learned a skill out of it just because I was interested in it. And so diving down that rabbit hole and learning those skills all came from the source of I was interested in the project. And so I learned the skills required for me to follow down that rabbit hole to learn more about that project. Here we are. Right now, I am wanting to learn more about game design, and I keep struggling because the main reason I want to learn more about it is I have projects in mind, but they're all far outside of my skill set currently. They're so far out of my skill set that I am doing other projects to kind of fill that gap, but I've always enjoyed game dev. It was my first internship ever. And the reason I got into software originally was with a game development company back in 2000. See, that internship would have been the summer of 2008. Yeah. And the internship, I got it because their lead developer on their game engine happened to be the father of one of my peers, someone in my class in high school, in the same grade as me. And so I was friends with his daughter and interested in software and computers and stuff, and he was a lead game developer. And so he got me an internship there, and then later I mentored his son when he came to the same college as me. So that's how I got into game dev back then. He also has been a mentor prior to and since then, and encouraged me not to go into game dev back then because the industry was pretty rough on people, especially if you had student loans. So that's why I didn't go into game dev further on a professional sense back then. But I've always enjoyed it, and so I want to get back into that, and that's why I'm learning game engines. I actually have 2 projects in Unity that I did a while back. One was in VR, one was in 3D. I have one project I worked on for a little bit in Unreal, and those are all learning engines, just because it's something that interests me. And so I want to get to the point in game dev in an engine to where I can build the projects that interest me, and this is the path towards that for me. So find a project that you're passionate about and that interests you, and then follow that path. So, or it doesn't even have to be a full project. I'll pull up my portfolio website. This is old. Like 7 years old. At the time, I was very heavy into open source. And so this is it's broken right now. This is a side scroller component in the center here that was an open source reusable component for web. I was playing around with different design concepts. I just like this color. But this entire project stemmed from and was based around this logo in the top left. It's all HTML and CSS. The goal was, because I originally chose my major because I love drafting, like hand drawing buildings and structures. I used to have a drafting table, and I still have most of my drafting stuff laying over here actually. Um, and so I wanted to recreate that in web dev. So this entire project stemmed from a platform where I could do that. Sure, I'm more than happy to check out any projects you have. The This is my corporate website I made, and the entire reason this exists is because I wanted to learn more about doing real-time database stuff through existing. I don't know why this won't go away. Oh, I guess we just have a permanent zoom drop down here. Uh, I wanted to learn more about the real-time engines, and so this is all built in Firebase. And I now house my documentation for my Discord bot here, because technically I just need these 2 pages. And if you sign in, it has a bunch of I host what's the word I'm looking for? Like admin portals for a couple companies that I've done projects with in the past. So that's what this is. But it all stemmed because I wanted to play around Firebase. First Cell's a cool project. Nice. So this looks clean. I don't see any issues with it. I like what you did with the carousel. Good carousels are nice. Yeah, place images and design is always the hardest part. Are you using a framework is the question. I'm seeing some of these data blocks. Are you using if I'm blanking on the name. Yeah, I saw that down here. Here, I can just look at the sources now. Alright, you're using Vicel, so it's going to pack it for you. I don't think it's going to have it in here. Never heard of Clerk. Not familiar with that. Vite, that's the word I was looking for. For auth. Nice. So it depends what you're interested in doing. So yeah, React is what I figured you're probably using. I like Vite. I like Vite a lot. Vercel's cool too. Again, it's a weird spot. What are you interested in? What's your goal? What's your long-term goal? Yeah, it's I highly recommend doing it once to figure out how JWTs are created and handled in the authentication layer. But it's generally a bad practice to roll your own auth layer. Um, a lot of services provide them. Like if you look at Firebase, this is a Google product for doing real time. It has built-in. Here, let me see if I can. There's a limit on what I can and can't show. One of these projects should be safe for me to share, though. At least at some level. We don't want to look at the data. Can I show this? Yeah, I can show this. So it has sign-in method options that you can just toggle. You can add providers, handle all of this, and then it provides you an SDK to interface with it. You can add, custom providers through different email providers. You can handle it through your own. You can add multi-factor authentication. So there's quite a few services that offer all of this in a package, and then this one also is bundled with real-time data access through their database. Yeah, unfortunately, AI is not going to be particularly useful in that scenario. I learn it yourself, figure it out. Don't rely on AI is the best you can do. For those things, yeah, I'll have to open it back up. If I can find the correct browser. Let's go this way. Reopen. Yeah, I mean they're at this point they're all essentially the same. It just really comes down to is the level of integration has into the rest of the system. If your goal is to get a job, you need to, because web dev is a pretty broad field. You have front end. It roughly boils down to two main groups. You have your front end developers and you have your back end developers. Some companies look for full stack. Very few full stack developers will. Very few companies are looking specifically for full stack developers. Usually, what they're looking for is one of the two that dabbles in the other. When they say full stack, and the reason for this being, if you spend 5 years specializing, you're gonna know way more about what you've specialized in than if you spend 5 years generalizing. And that's kind of how it functions now, because front end itself is a subset of the field, so specializing in it is a good thing. I highly recommend, if you're doing front end, I highly recommend avoiding locking yourself into a framework. Don't learn React. Learn how the browser works. Learn HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Write native browser native code. There's two reasons for this. One, it's going to slow you down, which is unfortunate. But the main benefit from it is that it is framework independent. So you can go apply for a company that knows React, and you just need to learn some syntax. You can go apply for a company that uses Angular, and you just need to learn some syntax. If you have a good understanding of how the browser's engine functions and runs, then the framework decorating the code on top of it doesn't matter anymore. And two, you are at some point in time, no matter what framework you're in, going to run into an issue that is going to require you to fight your framework, and you can only do that if you know how the underlying tech works. And it's not there isn't a solution to it. Their framework. The answer is not just framework more. The answer is always bypass the framework. And you know this is a fact because React has it built into this. They call it portals, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so you can just bypass React using React portals for times when you have to natively interface with the DOM. That is, so it's not a it's not a thing that you can ever just not run into. It's so common that they have built bypasses into the frameworks because it happens that way. There are a few exceptions, and those aren't usually frameworks. Yeah, so I mean, it's the same thing. React is the tailwind of JavaScript, is essentially what it comes down to. They if you want to get a little more native but have nice helper functions, you should look into lit. This is made by Google. It's an expansion of Polymer. It is not a framework. I know React says it's not a framework. It is. If they're if they're making decisions for you, implicitly or explicitly, that is not related to the thing you're trying to do, they are a framework. I know React developers are going to hate that stance, but it is true. Lit is an actual, this is what a library looks like. They provide abstractions, but all this is abstractions on the low-level HTML, or sorry, specifically the low-level specification for creating web components, which is a browser-native technology. So if you see this is ES6 template strings. You can write one of these yourself. They named theirs HTML, and it allows you to write HTML. It just does basic syntax injection. They add a couple things in here, but this provides the same level of functionality as JSX, but it's runtime. This is all native JavaScript, so it's runtime in the browser. You can. Where's the other? Lit HTML is the main thing you use this for, but the remainder of lit element, which is the remainder of their thing, is does lifecycle binding for you. There we go, lit element. So let's see if they show. Yeah, here we go. The main things they're giving you is decorators if you use TypeScript, which removes like 6 lines of boilerplate code you need for every element if you don't. This is the bare minimum that you need. Actually, sorry, I take that back. This decorator specifically injects this line of code, nothing else. The lit element itself takes care of like 6 lines of binding code so that you can have a render function that calls at the correct time and takes a return value. And so this does what React does with JSX. It's just a JavaScript class and an ES6 template decorator. This is native JavaScript is the difference. There's no compiler required for this portion. If you do need a compiler if you want to do this as opposed to this though. So if you want to test your HTML skills, you should look into or sorry, not your HTML, your CSS skills. You should look into things like Flexbox Froggy. This is a like web game that is meant to teach you Flexbox and CSS. And so You write your CSS, and it moves the frog around. And so as you get more complex, it adds more frogs, adds more lily pads. You have to get the colored frogs to the correct lily pads, moving them with just sometimes one, sometimes 3 or 4 lines of CSS, and that's it. And there's, 24 of these, all the different things. This is just around Flexbox. There are tools like that for Grid, and quite a few others. I really like learning tools like that. I've seen boot.dev a lot, and recently looking into like games dev streams and things like that. That's supposed to be gamifying learning coding, but I haven't actually looked into it. TypeScript, yeah, TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript, and it adds type safety to JavaScript. It is a compile time though, so it does not natively run on Windows, or sorry, on your browser. There is TypeScript. TS Node is a new thing now, and so Node natively supports TypeScript, which means if you're building a like Electron application, I have one that I built a while back for a little League client, then you can write types, and actually my Discord bot uses TypeScript and runs. You can run TypeScript directly on Node without compiling it, and it just strips out TypeScript and then runs the underlying JavaScript. So there are some things that will not work. So anything that TypeScript compiles it into a JavaScript, like enums, for example. Enums are just a map under the covers. But then you have interfaces which do not exist at all in JavaScript. There's no equivalent to it in any way. So you can just remove those. But then you have like one-to-ones that are changing some things, and then you have like the typing and interface and things like that, which are decorating things. Well, there's a third category that TypeScript adds, which compile down into equivalents, and decorators fall into this. And the concept is that you see the line and it just gets replaced with a block of code, and it uses that block of code like a template, grabbing the variables you put into TypeScript and placing them in the correct location in the template, and then dumps that code in as JavaScript. Those break when you run Node directly with TypeScript files, because it just strips them out, and then the equivalent that was supposed to be created was never created. But it's getting a lot better. But if you're just using it for types, straight up, like I want type safety, it works great. There's no real issues. It runs without problem. You don't have to compile it, which is real nice. It doesn't run in the browser that way though. So there's that hiccup. Also, another cool thing, if you want to learn more about web dev stuff, no one uses this. Let's see if I can find the thing for it. It still exists. It no longer does what it originally came out for. But Dart has a built-in Dart to JavaScript compiler. They for a while there, Google was talking about making Dart run natively in the browser, and so there was a bit of time where the Google developers were working on adding direct Dart support to the V8. Well, I think at the time it was V7 engine for the browser that the browser runs on. Well, specifically Chrome. The problem is that Dart is made by Google, and you can't just have one browser support it. That's a good one. I use for my courses, I use W3 Schools, which should look very familiar to anyone that looks up W3C. Like, you can run HTML validators in here. Here, let me grab the HTML div tag W. I bet this looks familiar. The HTML documentation for div. This is W3 Schools. These are the people that own and maintain the primary documentation set for and maintain the standard, like the literal documented standard for HTML, CSS, and at least part of it for JavaScript. But W3 Schools has quite a bit of certificates for different things, but they are meant to be low level. They are like getting certified in HTML as a markup language, not a broader thing. And so it's I don't think they have any like front end developer courses. Instead, you need to know, well, a front end developer is going to require HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. They have, if you're interested in it, you can get certified in React. If you wanted to, you can get certified in Python, for example, if you want to write a your backend server in Python. So you need to know exactly what the languages are relevant to the thing you're doing, as opposed to getting a catch-all course. But they are the people that wrote the specs on those. So that's I think their one downside that I've found so far is the way they do their courses are the way they do their certification side of things is a little forgiving, we'll say, because it's a non-proctored online only certification. So they're like, don't open a side browser and search this, but there's no way that like they can't prevent it or check that you're doing it or anything like that. So it's real easy to cheat on those kinds of things when they're non-proctored for certifications. So using it as a learning tool is great. Relying on it as a certification tool, not particularly great, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm always open to any questions you might have, game dev or not game dev, web dev oriented. I am, like I said, I am working on getting this up and running so that I have hooks, and then I want to figure out how I can write. I might have to do this in C, but write a connection point to connect to my Discord bot so that we can send commands from Discord to play this game, which is a merging point between game dev and web dev for me. Historically speaking, I would have just built this game as a little website and then spun up a Python server, or well, in my case I probably would have done just a JavaScript Lambda function or something like that. I appreciate it. It is we are about a year ago, almost exactly a year ago actually, is when I started my game dev journey. And I started it with mid-January. Well, slightly before then, I'd started it with some other stuff. But in mid-January, I enrolled in the Pirate Software Game Jam. I'd been watching Pirate Software. I'd started watching it shortly before that. Again, this was a year ago, and it encouraged. Got motivated to get back into game dev from watching that. So I started it in January, and then I bought a new house in February. So that new house needed a very large, which we're in now, a very large number of repairs and renovations, and then moving, and then all kinds of other things with family issues and starting school for the kids and stuff like that. And so I just never got time to do anything else. And so I did make, I think GMTK had their built to scale game jam like 6 months after that. And so I was busy the entire time, but I did add a very small entry to that. And then my time got swamped again. And then I was doing a Discord bot for a community that I own and run. I own the Discord server for, so I maintained that, and I built an entire bot to manage all of the stuff for that. Um, Yeah, I'm still very much in the learning phase. Like if here, itch. I'm on the wrong tab. You're gonna see that a lot watching my streams. At any point in time, I have a bunch of Chrome tabs open. I have my 3 monitor setup, and right now, just looking across these, that I have Chrome tabs visible. There's 3 separate windows, each running a different tab. Those windows are logged into different accounts. Well, at least one of them is separate from the others. Um, and now I have 4 windows. Um, so this is the entry we were just working on. I ended up scrapping this. There's nothing going on there. I just could not. It runs. I just could not make that gameplay loop work. The mechanical system works. The whole one button on how you interface with the game all works fine. It's great. It's all built in C++ with SDL. But for the life of me, I could not make that a fun game. And so I just got so discouraged at one point. I was just like, there's no point in me doing this. I have no obligation to complete this. It is. I learned the technical thing I wanted to learn. Let's just move on. This was my entry into Pirate software. This was all built in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, made with a small team. It's mostly me, and there was 4 of us, but 2 people bailed, so it's really only me and one other person. And he did art, I did the coding. This is, I don't know why I put it on here. It wasn't for anything. I don't know. There's no reason that I've published this. This is when I learned Godot for the first time. So more of this is a. Can we see when this was last updated? This August 13th, 2024. No, that is not. That is when they updated the thing. Let me see if I can do analytics. That. Interesting. Let's do it this way. (2024). Alright, here we go. So this was published August-ish of 2024. There's 2025. No? I have it on 24. It might have been 2024. But this is all I did. I posted this one thing. I assume this is January 2024, so this should be January 2025. I'm not sure why this is set to January. Anyways. Can't make this 2023. So if this is 2024, and somewhere, oh no, this is exactly 1 year. Okay, 2024 is when I built this. The same idea? What do you mean the same idea? For which of these? But yeah, this is the main one. This was the built to scale. I guess this all happened in 2024, so it's been even longer than that. But I didn't touch it. I learned a little bit about, over a couple month period. I built this, and then I haven't touched it since. So it's been 1.5 years since I've touched Godot. Until this project. But, during then I had to do some renovations in the old house. Oh yeah, the one button. The project I came up with here was a card-based system, and so my initial idea for it was, if you've ever seen Game Dev Tycoon, my thought process was to recreate that. But once I started trying to randomize the selection for how you build your game and then how you interact and do all those things through a like the card style system of like pop up a few randomized choices, it was just not fun. And so, but at that point, I was building everything in C++ with SDL, and so I built the mechanics for the card selection system and all that. And so I iterated through a few different options on that, and I just could not find any way of making a one-button card game that was enjoyable. But the one-button game jam, it's an interesting topic, but I need I need to get back into, and this is what got me back into Godot. It's like if you're building your own engine, it would say it's a week-long game jam. I had to take my fiance to the doctor, so we were gone one full day, and I joined 2 days late. So I had 4 days, and so using your own engine on something like that, I couldn't even test my like prototype concept until the end of the game jam. Essentially, I had less than 24 hours to test when I figured out the concept was just innately flawed on where I was going with it, and so I was like, well, I would rather spend this time looking into the next project because I accomplished the technical thing I wanted to do. So this is where we are. So we want to, our positions are being randomized now. So if we, can I rerun this through this window? No, I can't. Yeah, it's getting different positions for our the like magenta-ish colors are our resource nodes. So we need to now, upon ready, it randomizes the location of a resource. The resource is hidden by default. So what I want to do is perform a identify action on a cell. And so by default, a cell is not discovered. So we need to discover the cell. And cell discovery would be so I think we go at it from the player side. So a player can, we no longer want set destination, so we're going to need to remove that, which means set destination. Remove that. Okay. We now want to have a method called I think to prevent having to know the state that a cell is in, I think the play here is that we have a I think within cell we write a function that is harvest, which takes in a player node. Can we make this a node 2D? Is the question. And so in game, instead of setting destination when we randomly do this, what we instead want to do is add the player. Let's add a note here. Randomize player spawn. No, we don't want to do that. we want to, instead of setting the destination directly, we will call cell dot harvest, passing in the player, which will give us all of the information we need within the bounds of a cell for us to call player dot add destination, where this is going to be a vector 2. The idea here is that we check to see, is the cell discovered? So if discovered, then we want to send the player to get child, get children. No. We need to know, because we don't want cells to directly contain resources. We need to know the resource that's been bound to it from its parent container is the problem. Because we're binding, we also need to know if it's a resource cell or not. I think the reason I want it to, kind of want it to be part of cell is because cell has all of the information we need to handle discovery. Yeah, Fluxbox Frog is surprisingly hard for such a simple concept. And there's CSS is just full of things like that. Fluxbox and Grid are just littered everywhere in code in your CSS. So getting very comfortable with those two is highly recommended for CSS. My thought process here is that we would, for the discovery phase, it would take a duration and we would have a player like wander the cell for animation. That would give, it might take 30 seconds to identify a cell. And then if it's not in discovery, wander cell for 30 seconds. Go home. Is the thought process there. And then we have an else case. Our else case being wander around resource for 30 seconds, go home, kind of thing. And so, if the resource has been discovered, I have these backwards. If the resource, or if the cell's been discovered, we know where the resource is, we wander around it, harvesting. If the resource hasn't been discovered, then we do this. We just wander around the cell, discovering the cell, and then send the player home. There is a third case, which is if our RSS depleted. In which case we would have a oh, whoops. No, we don't. I don't want to do that. We just start. resource depleted. So we'd have something like that. And so the concept here is that if the resource has been depleted, but it has been discovered, so if depleted and discovered, go home. That would be kind of rough. Because the idea is this would trigger. Yeah, I don't like that. Maybe we don't track depleted. And so if you hit this cell, it's either discovered or not discovered. If it's been discovered, you're gathering whatever resource is there. If it's not been discovered, then you discover it. I was trying to avoid this. There's two main things that I run into here. One, I don't want to discourage discovery for players to go find new things, but I also don't want to like encourage just go discover until you find the thing you want. Like I want there to be downtime, like a refresh time, because we run it for a set time period. So the resources refresh. I guess what I'm trying to get at is I don't want it to be a situation of like, oh, just go for the closest thing on repeat. You know. So in order to avoid that, that's where the resource depleted came in. And if it's depleted, then it has a time frame that it will randomly 30 to 60 seconds from now, which will guarantee you can at least go harvest one from another node. Then it will come back. That was the thought process here. If each cell has a reference to their resource, we can, through the intention here is that I will run this game locally during stream, and it will pop up. Oh, hang on. What'd I break? Oh, right. So it will sit here, something like that. And you guys will be able, while it's running and we're live on stream, anyone can send a command and it will spawn in a little. I keep going back to, because the core game for this is designed off of a StarCraft 2 map. So I kind of like the idea of when you guys run a command to go gather, it spawns a little SCV for you as a Twitch viewer. And so this would be a game for you guys to play while I'm working on things. And so it'd sit right around here. I'll do, some OBS stream stuff to get it in the correct position. And every 10 minutes, which we'll have to add HUD stuff to get it working correctly, every 10 minutes it will transition between a phase, I'm thinking. And the short-term goal is to get it a game you guys can play against an AI. The long-term goal, because the company I'm going to be joining in January uh, does a like conglomerate of streamers, it makes me think from the standpoint of other things I can do. And so I'm working on enhancing my Discord bot to better give support to streamers on managing their communities. And one of the things that I want to introduce is I want to have a game like this that a streamer can run locally, and their community would be able to play these kinds of things. And so when I'm building this, I'm designing the bot so that creation of one of these games is fairly streamlined on how that's handled, and I'll create a consistent interface. And so I just need to register a key that a bot can connect on, and it'll have a consistent API for that communication layer. And then I can add, I already have Discord. My bot's already a Discord bot, so I just need to add the webhooks and keys for Twitch, and it'll be able to support the Twitch community. And then I can wire the command syntax from the two into the same call on the Discord bot, which would then feed it to whatever game is connected. So it will allow Discord and Twitch communities to play, and then eventually I can tie in YouTube as well. But I was looking at that, and that's just an absolute nightmare. How YouTube handles how Discord and Twitch handle it, you register with, and YouTube has this as well. You register with, platform to get keys. Then in both of those, you just instantiate the bot, let them know, hey, bot is active. These are the things I'm listening for. And when that happens, these are the things I'm listening for. These are the IDs I'm listening on. Which would be Discord server ID, for example. And so when you add the bot to your server, it just adds it to a list, and then that's all handled behind the scenes. And then the same goes for Twitch. On YouTube, on the other hand, if you want to get information about a stream, pushed to your bot and not have to connect to a WebSocket, which if you're connecting to a WebSocket, then that's a keep alive session. And what I mean by that is when you connect to a WebSocket, you send a connection request, they respond, you now have a tunnel between your two servers, and you can pass data back and forth. In order for that connection to stay live and active, so data can be sent from either side and received, each side sends technically the side that initialized the connection does this. You send a handshake packet that goes down and back every so often in order for it to keep it alive. And so every 10 minutes is usually the default for it. You have to send a packet down that connection. Keeping that connection alive means both servers need to stay live with an active connection. In order to prevent what's the word I'm looking for? Overutilization of resources. There's usually a maximum length on keep alive for configured on servers for WebSockets, which means our Discord bot or our bot cannot rely on a WebSocket to permanently keep open. The alternative to WebSockets is webhooks. The idea of a webhook is that instead of saying, let's keep a tunnel connection open that we can both share and send data down. So I'll get to peer-to-peer here in a second. A webhook is the idea of you tell the server, this is my ID and my location. These are the things I'm interested in. And then the server will just say, okay, we'll send that to this server as an HTTP request when you want it. And so that's the difference between a WebSocket is a channel you can communicate over, whereas a webhook is a one direction push. And then every time you want to make a new request, you just do an HTTP request. WebSockets require a live connection. Webhooks do not. If your server is up and a push comes through, you get data. If your server's down and the push comes through, it's a 404 and it just gets ignored. There's no, you don't need to keep a connection alive at all times. In order to enable that on YouTube, you have to create a ticket queue in Google Cloud Platform, connect it to YouTube, register your ID, then connect your bot, register it for push notifications on webhooks to the queue. Which means in order to add a new stream, like that I want to monitor, I have to add a new queue that I'm into my Google Cloud platform. So I like, why YouTube? Why not just innately build in webhooks like all other platforms do for chatbots? So it's a huge nightmare. We could do peer-to-peer. I'm actually not keeping any data on the server. I'm keeping all the data client side. So all of this information is housed in the game, which would be on whoever's running it. We're using the Discord bot to kind of middleman so that data is sent to the bot, which is then relayed to the game client. The reason for this is that in order to have a connection to Discord, you install the bot, and then you have to spin up the bot. And so you can either have it to where when the game launches, it spins up the bot, but now you have this otherwise offline bot in your thing. It also means that every game now has to be shipped with that bot identification information. And bots are global in Discord, which means that if I run the game, that bot spins up, and everyone that's installed that bot is now active and connected to my local bot instance. I don't want that. What I want instead is the bot to be separated so that in Discord the bot is online. When you spin up your game, it connects to Discord, negotiates an ID so it knows who you are, which would probably be an entry step when you're spinning up the game. Like what is your like Twitch login stuff that you want to do. Yeah, that's another thing. I can also queue commands in the Discord bot without having to rely on the game to do it. And so now my game client becomes a dumb renderer. It accepts a command, it houses game state, it renders game state. That's all it does. And then the Discord bot can handle, this is how Twitch does things, this is how Discord does things, this is how YouTube does things. Collate it all, identify, associate, and then queue them and batch them to the client so it can be handled. And now we have a nice clean separation of a Discord bot that's always running, handling our interfaces, handling our allocations and things like that, and we have a renderer running that's just handling game state and rendering of our game. And so it gives that nice clean separation. We also now just have a consistent API that says if you register a game, or if you create a game, expect it just needs to listen on these on these HTTP connection. Maybe I'll do it over WebSocket for the game. While the game's running, it'll connect over a WebSocket to the bot. I don't know. We'll get to that in a little bit. But it'll establish a connection to the bot. It'll say, this is my game identifier. This is, the Twitch communities or the Discord communities that I am interested in getting information from. That'll go out in a connection request. The bot can then verify it, saying, yes, you are in fact a game that we recognize. I will register you to listen on these channels. Establish a connection so that they're connected now. Game can then finish its boot up, do all of its instantiation and stuff. And then Discord, just every time it gets information from one of those channels, just forwards it along. And that allows us to where the Discord bot can manage dozens or hundreds of these games in different instances, all on different Twitch or YouTube or Discord or whatever communities. And so you would have all of your game state locally, and the Discord bot just relays. Does that kind of make sense on the thought process that we're going for here? It's going to be a lot of like base game state rendering on one side and a lot of networking and network-based programming on the other side. Effectively, we're creating an MMO, but instead of having the MMO render locally, like you install it and run everything local, and then the server maintains the state, it's the inverse of that. The server, the clients do no rendering, they only accept input. and then the server handles the state and the rendering, and then it's displayed to them through the Twitch. That way, eventually I'd like to get it to where I was thinking it'd be kind of cool to be able to establish it so that you can tie it into OBS, and so when you launch OBS, it would launch it through OBS, and then so you just, I start OBS, and boom, the game is now playing, and people can interface with it, and it exists on my stream. I think that would be a cool way of handling it. The other reason for doing it this way is if I decouple the renderer from how we handle communication, eventually the game can expand into a battle between Twitch communities. Yeah. Well, you also have to keep in mind, I'm a web developer by trade with over a decade of experience doing that. So you guys look at this and you go, like, game devs look at this and go, oh, game devs is the easy part. Networking and doing the multiplayer and managing state and transversing that is the hard part. And I look at this and I go, I know how to spin up a server and handle, peer-to-peer or, client-to-server communication and all that stuff. This, what we're looking at, this is the hard part for me. The networking side of it's easy. like I have a lot of experience doing programming from the context of web development, network resolution, and like handling those states, databases, and like logic, like low-level logic. I don't have much experience when it comes to rendering things on a screen that's outside of HTML or CSS. So, like this side of it will take longer for me than all of the Discord and Twitch side will. Yeah, it's like this allows me to lean into my personal strengths while also stretching and expanding in the areas that I don't have expertise in. Which is, of course, where we started for some weird reason. I really should have started with the area I'm comfortable with and figured out the API and how we want to handle all of that. Then been like, okay, let's render it now. But, alright, so we have cells. Cells contain resources, but they don't directly contain them is the problem. They are handled through the map, which means they conditionally contain a resource. Maybe we handle cells have a export var RSS node, which is a node 2D. I think that's a thing we can do, right? No, they're packed resource. Let's see if I'll packed scene is what they're called. So we should be able to provide to our cell if we go to our main scene here, all of these have that, which now should have a field on it. Can we provide this as a reference? No, it would be instantiating it, which technically we could do. If we did it that way, though... Alright, I need to go bathroom, I need to think about something, I need to grab something to drink. So give me, I don't know, like 3 to 5 minutes. Probably closer to 2 or 3 minutes, but I'll be right back. I figured out the problem. We need to go through and remove these. We are going to define within our cell script cell. We are going to define. We don't need this anymore. We'll come back to that. We're going to define within our cell a. Actually, I don't think we need a bunch of this anymore. Let's get rid of ID. We no longer need these. We do still need discovered, but it shouldn't be external. So let's do that. Let's grab this. We want to define a, is it player that had an enum in here? Yeah, it's just called enum, okay. So, let's define an enum. This is cell type. There's no equal sign. Okay, so if we define cell types this way, what that tells me then is that we can provide, I do this in game scene? Maybe it was one of these. I'm passing around a, here it is. These. Also, I don't think we use cell scene anymore. So let's get rid of that, and we get rid of that. We have player scene still. That is actually still valid. We no longer use these. Just clean it up a little bit. So if we go into cell, we can define a player scene. So we don't want a player scene. We want a resource scene. Alright. A resource scene can then be, we will eventually expand this to one of 3 types of resources, I think, and it will be randomly selected. We have if we do it in resource refresh, we can take a resource scene. How do we instantiate these again? It was in game. Instantiate. Of course we instantiate it with the instantiate command. That makes sense. Alright, so, no, not here. We were in cell. So, var resource equals resource scene dot instantiate. It's insane. It's not bugged. I've gone all the way through Flexbox Froggy, and so unless they've changed it recently, it's not bugged. I've gone all the way through Flexbox Froggy like a dozen times, and the last scene, like the last level of that Flexbox Froggy, I have to look it up every time. I just cannot remember everything I need to be able to do that one. Alright, so we have a resource now. We can then, I believe we attach it in a random location. So if we set rss.position equal to a vector 2, where the x and y are a rand float range between 0 and we'll do 0 and width first, and then rand f range between 0 and height. And I'll add a to-do. Offset by size over 2 of resource. We need to account for the size of our resource, so it's not overhanging. We now have a position set for our resource. We can then attach node resource. Let's set resource.visible equal to true. Add child. We'll come back to this in a moment. We will come back to this in a moment as well. For now, we just call resource refresh. Actually, we don't. We can leave that there. The timer isn't actually enabled right now, so it doesn't need to do anything. Oh, I guess we don't need to block this out. It's all. Okay. If we stop this and restart it, they are doing the thing they're supposed to be doing. Top left corner. This is a problem. There's always one in the top left corner, which is weird, but the others seem to be getting randomized. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All of these are right except this guy. I think I might be having an issue with that node. So if I go to our gather scene, no resource in there. If we go to map, nope. If we go to game scene, no resource in there. Let's go to our cell type resource. Okay, so if we remove this line, let's add you back in. Interesting. Where's game? Oh, right. All of these are always visible. Let's do scene swapping this way. So if we go to game, let's add map. So we got that. We've got this. Let's add a const map lookup. Dictionary of map dot, oh, let me do it this way. Map dot gather to preload gather scene. I'm gonna have to look up a GD script dictionary. Map dot build is a preload, and then map dot battle is a preload. Let's do the build scene into here and the battle scene into here. We can then maintain a where are we using map? Can we do this? The question is, do we want to regenerate every time or not? I kind of want to regenerate every time. We shouldn't need that like so. We should be able to run var map equals you are a node 2D. Get map node. Given a map type of map, provide a node 2D. Return map lookup of map type dot instantiate. I wonder, can I make one-line functions? I can. Nice. All right. On ready, we will go ahead and create map equal to get map node for map.gather. And you are now map.getCells. We need to what if we do the assignment within here every time? So let's set map equal to this and then call now we can additionally call if equal to null if map then map dot would be remove child map assign map and then add child map. There. So now we are, this should handle all of the map swapping logic. So we just need to call, let's rename this to change map. So if we call change map, it updates our map. It detaches the old one. Is there some sort of like map.delete? Remove? I'm worried about this memory leaking. GD script delete node. Map.q free. Alright, so we remove it from rendering. We then free it so it's not blocking our memory, and then we instantiate a new map, and then we add said new map. So this will allow us to swap between our different scenes, always creating a new version of it. So we don't have to worry about that. It does mean, because this is always going to be adding to the end, it does mean that we are going to have to very much pay attention to our Z index on all of our scenes. We've already set it, but as we go forward, we're going to have to make sure we consistently keep up with that. We no longer track cells. This is now part of the maps. Our high-level game objects looking pretty sparse. Everything is dynamically being loaded in now. Alright, players, for convenience, we are still dropping them into this node container. Although we could keep that reference map in code, to be honest. Yeah, let's keep it in code. The upside about keeping it in code is easy reference. The downside about keeping it in code is my thought process for how easy it would be to keep it in code is we just do like an array, and we can just free and delete an item from the array. But doing that means we need to do positional shifts, which is going to become problematic. The logic moving forward is literally going to be, let's just do that. Let's just create that new way of handling players. We need to give it a name. Let's do player action. We have player name. Cell. Optionally, I documented this. Where did I document it? Check game. Right. In phase 2, you need to distribute resources. So this was which resource. You need to specify the lane you want to send it to and the resource you want to send. weird that string is capitalized but int isn't. Okay, so given this, we want to create a, well, some of this we can just copy from down here. We want to create a player. We want to set the starting position. Instead of doing this, we are going to set this based on, what do we have? Right. How do we get somewhere in here? We had screen width. GD script fetch screen width. It's like get viewport or something. Window width. Viewport width, that's what we want. Get viewport, yeah. So it can change. Technically, it can't change. What do you mean? Do you have to worry about stress testing if we use cloud? We should be able to just do get viewport divide 2. That should divide both, right? Dot size divide 2.0. This should grab the center of the viewport, which is actually not always where we. Let's define this. We need to consistently define that. So let me grab this. In our gather scene, we need to pass in, let's set at export var hub location. Which is a vector 2. If we go into our gather scene, we now set hub location to 330. When ready, we want to spawn in our hub. So we'll do that as Riven main. Can you clarify what you meant with your question? Hub location. Now if we go here, we should be able to delete hub. If we run it. Oh, I need to add it still. Okay. So we created the hub. Oh, it's called map. Add child hub. In the gather scene, are we setting a hub location? No. There we go. So now we have a reference to the hub's location and it's being set. This is also where we're going to use for our spawning location, which means in our script for game, we can now we can set player position equal to hub's position, which is going to always be the map.hub position. There we go. All right, I need to reference this one and make sure it's actually working. So player name equals player name. We've got position being set, player name being set. We don't know what to do with. We do know what to do with cell. Let's set player dot. Yeah, I mean, I've already got a cloud-hosted Discord bot. I maintain a Discord bot for a Discord community. I created the bot myself, and we've actually worked on it on stream recently. I add methods to it over time, but as far as load balancing goes on those kinds of things, it runs a community that uses the commands fairly sparingly currently, but it's been able to handle around a few hundred concurrent commands under like 10% utilization on the service on EC2, and it's running on an actual dedicated EC2 instance with auto scaling. So based on the numbers I've run, assuming adding the webhook for Twitch doesn't add much, which it shouldn't, it's a listener. It's Discord has a built-in way to handle horizontal scaling as well, but which one's which? I think the Discord one is technically vertical scaling. No. So horizontal scaling is spinning up more. Vertical scaling is increasing hardware. So it has built-in vertical scaling because it's an EC2 instance, and the auto scale flag is set to on. So right now it runs on literally the lowest possible EC2 instance, and it takes like less than 5% at pretty much all times on CPU utilization and memory and everything. And it can handle, a couple hundred concurrent requests at any point in time and maintain under 10%. It can vertically scale up to like 500 or 600 times the resource allocation it has currently. Like the difference between their smallest and largest instances massively. Correct. And so Discord offers a way to run horizontal scaling, um, which, see, here's the thing. Let's look at a web server, for example. Let's say we have an HTTP web server. All that our web server does is redirect traffic and send back an index.html file. Those kinds of interactions can handle millions of concurrent users on relatively simple hardware without any horizontal scaling, because it's not doing a lot of complex computation. It's not like we're running a game server, like an actual proper game server, where the we're having to do like any sort of transactions with a database or operations on like computational on collision detection or anything going on in the server validation. We're literally doing a pass through. So if our network can handle the throughput, that's kind of all we need. And so we don't need a lot of resources to be able to do this, which means unless we're talking millions of concurrent viewers trying to play this all at once on a single instance, we're fine. The way Discord handles horizontal scaling is a bit jank because they need it to be a singular reference. And it's more, their horizontal scaling is spinning up more threads on the CPU, which isn't really horizontal scaling. It's just creating more instances of your bot within the same context. So we can't use that anyways. What you're referring to would be spinning up another EC2 instance on demand. We can do that. We would need to set up a VPC wrapper, which technically it already has one established for it. We just need to have set a little bit of logic in there to redirect traffic. The thing is that all we're doing is redirecting traffic. So we're running into similar scaling limits as a VPC to do. Yeah, I mean that's really all we're doing. We're taking in a request, doing a lookup to see where it should go, and then redirecting said request to a different location to actually do the handling. We are doing slightly more logic than that, but it's such a low amount that it shouldn't really make much of a difference. Our bigger constraint is in the difference between this and an actual like VPC or VPS. Our biggest constraint is going to come down to the fact we're running it all in TypeScript and not like a low-level language like C++. But again, we can, like, this should be able to handle, based on my numbers, we should be able to handle about 100,000 concurrent users before it scales up vertically to the next instance size, based on historical data on operations. So it's probably not going to be linear, if I were to guess, on scaling, which means a more realistic number. So it's like an optimistic linear scaling on users is 100,000. A pessimistic non-linear scaling puts us at like 20,000 users before it goes up in instance size. Yeah. And again, this is only running and only visible on stream. So it's meant for your live Twitch community. I don't picture us having to worry about that. I have other issues we need to worry about before that. And like I said, that's before it starts vertical scaling. And our vertical scaling should be able to bring us up, even on the pessimistic case, it should be able to bring us up into the at least over 500,000 concurrent users on it. In an optimistic case, we should get into the like 2-digit millions. I don't think that's realistic. just because I know what it takes for basic like static hosting servers to be able to handle that, and I don't think a dynamic server can do that. Yeah, I mean, if we start getting like hundreds of concurrent users, I mean, look at our interface. This is the size of a player on the board. If we start hitting thousands of concurrent players, you're not the board almost is unusable at that point. You know what I mean? So we're gonna run into more fundamental issues with our games before we start running into server issues, I think. It'd be a different story if it was all instanced to an individual user like a proper MMO is, you know what I mean? And so we can scale to an infinite number of users because every user is running their own visualizer, so we don't need to handle all of the users on one screen at one point in time. Which means that we're no longer limited on visual space to make things work. We're limited on hardware to be able to do the operations behind the scenes. And we have the opposite problem. We're going to run out of visual real estate for this to be functional long before we hit the limits of what the server can handle. It'd be a different story on that front, maybe if we were trying to do all of this in TypeScript on the server across multiple games, but we're not. All of the all of the game's logic is running on my will be running on my local computer, and then the server's a relay. So it is more likely we will start running into performance issues from my personal hardware before then. And again, for something as simple as what we're building here, I should be able to run this with a few thousand users. I don't know if we can hit 10,000 concurrent users. That's a lot of network traffic, even if each packet is really small. We can reduce a lot of the throughput, or sorry, fix a lot of our throughput issues by keeping a live WebSocket going with the server what's going on. But if we have 10,000 players trying to play on this, sending commands every 30 seconds, like that's a lot of commands going through that WebSocket. I imagine we're going to start running into. I mean, I have gigabit bidirectional fiber internet. We shouldn't have any issues, but I'm a little concerned when we start talking about communities of that size of the game just like bogging down things in the background more so than our cloud instance on our router essentially. imagine Imagine the. Actually, I know for a fact we're going to run into Godot issues before we run into server issues because dumping in, this is going to be spawning and despawning players every time an action is provided, and a player's active for like a minute when that happens. And so that means we would need the Godot engine to be able to handle 10,000 player objects on screen moving around. I'm pretty sure Godot's going to have a problem before our server logic does. Yeah, I mean I don't it's probably not the greatest of engines to choose for what I'm using it for, but since we're decoupling it all and all the server logic is in a middleware anyways, it all I'm really doing is decoupling the you can just think of it as the input system being remote is really that's so it's not a proper multiplayer game in that sense. So if we set our, let's create our player. I don't think we need this player's wrapper anymore. We'll come back to that here in a second though. And then the sell and sell harvest can happen down here. We want to player action with this. And then we want to provide it with 0 and an empty string for now. And this will give us the semblance of that. Positions handled above. We do still need to handle this though. I honestly, I was thinking about doing Unreal instead of Godot. The learning curve for Unreal is pretty steep from what I understand, and it's not good for 2D games. But it has some of the best tools when it comes to 3D games because in particular, I don't know if you guys have looked into the latest versions of Unreal Engine, but they have a thing called MetaHuman. This is a character creation thing that lets you create a dynamic 3D model, hook it up to pre-existing rigging for how the face moves and everything. So you can hook the facial animations for these different things up to a model you generate through this tool. It's built into Unreal Engine. And in the latest version of it, not the latest, it's been out for a little while now, but in one of the recent versions of it, they decoupled clothing from it. So clothing, you can get clothing models that free flow like real clothing would on a 3D model that you just build through sliders, essentially, like like an in-game sculpting tool for your models in the Unreal Engine, and just immediately drop them in, skinned and modeled. So all of the problems I have with art and stuff is solved through tools like this in Unreal. And that's one of the biggest reasons why I don't get into 3D is because I can do pixel art. I've actually got some drawings. I used to draw a lot back when I was in high school and college and stuff. Where's one of these? I guess the framed one is the only one I have up here. Sorry for the glare, but this is something I drew back in college. So I used to draw all the time, so I'm actually a pretty decent artist. When it comes to physical art, my digital art is a different story. But I took art classes back in high school and college and stuff, and I know a lot about art theory, art color theory. I use Asprite. I don't do a lot of digital art, so that one's still a struggle for me. But it's within the realm of things I could do with minimal change. You know what I mean? So it's the easiest transition for me compared to creating 3D models of assets and things like that. And I could learn this, but the main thing that kept me from installing Unreal and going down that path is I want to get to a functional state by mid-January for a game jam. It seems unrealistic with Unreal. I want to do game jams, many of which require you to publish a web playable, which Unreal can't do. At least not since the 4.x was released, which is what has MetaHuman and all that in it. And apparently Unreal on Linux is very unstable. Unreal itself has been known for being fairly unstable and crashing and corrupting your game and files and things like that. So you're required to perform regular backups essentially. But Unreal on Linux is apparently significantly worse, in particular with MetaHuman. And so I was like, maybe I just stick with Godot. It's super fast, easy to work in, focused on pixel, which is what I'm interested in doing right now. I also grew up in the 90s and early 2000s, so yeah, Unreal is pretty intense with a lot of that. I want to learn it, but honestly, I'm more interested in mechanics than anything. That's what I enjoy working on, and all of the things I'm interested in, I can do through mechanical systems in Godot just as easily. without having to get that connotation of, oh, you made this hyper realistic game, now you need to polish it like a AAA game. You know what I mean? And so that's one of the things I'm concerned about. I can make a scrappy pixel art game with fun, interesting mechanics. I am, I guess technically I'm in late 30s here soon. Mid 30s. I turned 37 in end of January. In the middle of that game jam I was talking about. Well, I guess near the end of the game jam, not quite the middle. Alright, so so I've got a little more experience than you, but it's all in web dev, not game dev. So when it comes to like building non-visualized interactive systems, I've got quite a bit of experience. Like the the coding version of coding, you know what I mean? Like the coding people think of where it's all this stuff and has, you never see it, back end coding, those kinds of things. I have quite a bit of experience doing that level of coding, which is why mechanical systems are a lot easier for me than systems that have to interface with some sort of visualization. So this is adding our player. We need to define where, and this is our starting position, so we need to define where the player's going. So player takes in a gather resource, which is intended to be a node for its destination. But the way I was doing it down here, if I remember correctly, is I was just setting destination on it, which is available through .destination. So if we have a cell, we can just call, actually let's wire it into the new system we were making. Given a player, this takes in the cell. Alright, so given a cell, we call harvest. The cells then have their logic. Harvest takes in a player, and we will set player.destination equal to do we store a resource on here anywhere? Let's make this a stored value. RSS dot position.
And then it's like
So here, I'll show it on stream. The ability to do this with no code through the engine just by the assets it effectively gives you is one of the big draws for Unreal to me, but also to a lot of people. So Looking at that, one of the things I think you're missing, um, it looks a little cold and flat. You know what I mean? And so I guess it is meant to be a flashlight. So you might want to go the opposite direction because lanterns tend to be warm, like fire tends to be a warm. So you can add in the shaders for triggering on the light, you can add a little bit of warmth to the color. But flashlights tend to be this. I guess it also depends on the style you're going for. But a lot of modern flashlights tend to be this like almost pure white, which tends to whitewash things a little bit. But you can do that through shaders in there pretty easily, and it'll just make it a little more, I don't know, feel more like a flashlight as opposed to a more natural light source. It feels too much like it's just adding visual, like the ability to see there, as opposed to a light being the highlighting it. But it's looking good. It's looking real good. But it falls into that same, like I was talking about earlier, like it's so hyper realistic that you start getting into that weird uncanny valley of like it's not quite perfect, but it's so hyper realistic that you expected it to be that way. And that's one of the, I think, pitfalls of the engine. And so I was watching some stuff on recommendations around those kinds of things recently, and one of them that I really liked is recommending just add shaders to, don't make a hyper realistic game by default. Use the shaders to make it a stylized art style. It can be a realistic 3D modeled game in Unreal Engine, but through the use of shaders to add like vignettes or make it more retro poly style, or just desaturate a lot of colors but make others pop. Using shaders, simple shaders on that, takes it to where it's no longer that hyper realistic, ends up in uncanny valley, and makes it look almost what's the word I'm looking for, like that, like stylized art style. And once you separate away, your product becomes a lot more distinct and like memorable, but also like the game does, but also it gets you away from that of like people look at it and like, oh, it's just another Unreal Engine game. Why aren't they AAA quality on everything? And it shifts you into that feel of your own. And once you can shift that mindset out of just another Unreal Engine game, you can dodge a lot of the bad connotations with that. So if I were to go into Unreal, it would be to play with shaders. Yeah. One of the reasons I moved into Godot is to play with shaders. I was looking into writing shaders and applying them through SDL and stuff like that, and I looked at it and I'm like, I can do this. In the time it would take me to set up things to be able to run shaders in C++ with SDL directly, I could just write the shaders and drop them in somewhere else. And like just through the code though, to get to the point where I could even write shaders would take longer than writing the shaders themselves, because effectively I'm building the engine. And I just didn't want to deal with that. One of the things I will be doing, probably not for this game, but probably my next game jam, which we're starting in early January, I do plan on fiddling around with shaders a little bit, is my hope. Okay, so we're setting destination here. So this should, assuming I didn't miss anything. Oh, I might have missed something. What did I miss? Oh. So we're taking in everything. We're doing the cell allocation. When we call this, we are providing... This is now I. No. This is a random number in this range instead of 0. And we no longer need to call that there. Let's collapse this down. Okay. Why are you not spawning characters? Or maybe it is spawning characters, it's just not, they're not moving. Players. Did we remove? No, we still have that container. Instantiate, position, name, add, harvest. If we jump inside of harvest, which is in our cell, harvest takes a player and then sets its destination to the current resource position. I wonder if our problem here is that resource hasn't been created yet. So print rss.position. See if it's been created. Map equal to, okay, so this is our problem. Hub position on our map object has not been established. We are changing map, which should be map do remove child, map queue free, map equal. So we are instantiating our map and adding it. So this is being done. Hub position. If we pop to our map script, oh, it's hub location. Okay. I think our problem is coming down to relativity. I think this player is supposed to be going to this cell. This guy is probably in the correct cell. This player is supposed to be going to this cell. So it's getting the position correctly, but it's taking a relative position and not mapping it to the overall position. Give me a couple minutes. I need to be right back. We've got some people here to pick up the kids. Well, their grandparents are here to pick up the kids for a little bit, and so I want to make sure I can say bye and everything. So give me, I don't know, 3-5 minutes. I'll be right back. already all ready to go. So, all right. So we need to map our relative position to a global position. I wonder if there's a way to do that directly in Godot. There's a toGlobal method. So if we grab, it's in the cell. Dot toGlobal. toGlobal. Okay. That seems to be working exactly how I expected it to. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to finish the cycle so that we can get this cleanup done, and then we can start looking into hooking in the bot side of it. So we need to go here. Nope. We're in the cell. The cell is determining where it goes. So I don't want to worry about spinning up the animation stuff just yet. We can handle that later. My brain's all over the place right now. If we add a harvest state, and given a position, we can have our character wander. So if we change it from destination to setting a target, we can, and then have a state machine that goes into play. We can define when it transitions into the harvest state, as long as it has a target, it can wander back and forth in positions relative to that target until a resource is gained, which would transition it out of the harvest state into our return state. I think player states is the next thing we need to handle. So we've got idle running. Let's do let's go straight into harvest. We want idle. Let's call it harvest return as our states. I think we can handle. I'm trying to visualize how this would function in our transition. I want to offload as much of the logic as possible to the player's state management. And so in order to do that, that means we provide an action to the player. The player goes to a destination, does its action, and then returns back and despawns itself. So it literally spawns in, has a task to perform, performs the task, and when it returns to its idle state back home, it just despawns itself. And that way the next command coming in from the server will repeat the process. The reason for that being is if we handle it that way, we don't need to account for, at least in 2 out of 3 of our scenes, we don't need to account for performing additional updates. We can effectively just say, hey, do you already have a player? If so, ignore your command. And then once it despawns, it's no longer in the structure, and so we can just do the lookup. If there's no player, kick off the action. The exception to that will be the battle scene, where instead of ignoring it, it would be the only situation where it would interrupt the command. And so it would send a return. We would have to do a return and then a new reposition or something like that. So I think instead of harvest, let's call this travel. I like travel. So when it's idle state is a despawn. So when it goes into idle, it gets deleted. We'll have to fiddle with this a little bit. The travel will be transitioning between its initial spawn and, you know, wherever it's going for its thing. Once it gets there, it would transition into, for now, we're just going to do gathering. So gather. And upon completion, I don't think we need a return. I think just upon completion of gather, it just travels. It just sets the destination back home. And so you now need a target. Target being a node 2D. Can I help you, Eggs? Edgar has joined us and is laying right where my mouse goes, so. We want, if we provided a let's do action, and it will take in a destination as a node 2D, and it will take in a state. And so we want it to set the, no, I'll call this one target to be persistent and underscore state. And then so we set target equal to underscore target. And var action state equals underscore state. So this is now where you're going and what you're doing while you're there. That will allow us to expand to the other two actions that you can perform in the different scenes, and it'll provide us the ability to do different animations for them. Okay. Get off the keyboard. So if we transition through action state, then we can set if we house it within player, it would be able to find a let's get position based on if there's no target, return current position. Oh, right. That in else return. For now, let's just do target dot position. Right. It was to global on target dot position. And so given this, we will then call get position. Do we want to actually handle the assignment inside of there as well, maybe? Let's do it this way. If target, then position equals, and then this becomes a void. And then we'll call set. And now when we call action on a player, we provide the target it wants to go to, and this should handle that, which means cell doesn't need to handle it anymore. That's not the command I thought it was. And then in game, we can take this and call player.action. Which takes in, how do I reference the state object? Because this needs a, can I jump between these? No, I don't have any way of, okay, good to know. Player. I don't. I've built a CMS before for a company. I have used them before, but normally no. To be exact, I'm a web application developer. I don't tend to deal with, at least in my from a professional sense, I don't tend to deal with basic websites, which is where a CMS would situate. You don't often, unless you're dealing with a headless CMS and a custom build, then it's outside of things that I normally deal with in my corporate side of things. I'm typically doing full custom builds against custom backends, like streaming video and stuff like that, which, like, the closest I've used to a CMS in recent years is Parse.js, and it'd be more precise to call it a out-of-the-box database than it would be a CMS, or like an out-of-the-box API layer than it would be a CMS. I would argue it's closer to tools like GraphQL than to a CMS. I need to reference this somehow. Can I call player.state? Is that... Can I do that? I can do that. Perfect. Okay. This is the target, so that's what we're going for. So then player, set position. It would additionally attempt to, if position is not equal to we don't need to be setting position here. We need to be setting destination. Destination, then state equals state dot travel. And this is now, yeah, target. I don't know if there's a way we can pass that around then. Damn. Here's a thing we can do. So let's create a new folder. No, I don't even want to create a folder. Let's create a new script. We're going to call this types. And you are a class name of types. Enum. Where's the player is enum? Let's grab you. There we go. Now we should be able to reference it by in here. This is now types.state. Thanks. I would have screw up. Oh, types dot state. There we go. Okay, so it does work. So if we go to here, and then let's change this to player state. So it can now be globally referenced. And then we have our player object, which has a, god damn it, player state. There we go. And then we should be able to go to map. No, it was in game. Types dot player state. And this was types travel. It's gather, not harvest. Need to fix that still. Oh, right. This should be going. It should be going to the center. It is not. Okay, so I do need to address that. Destination is the input target. A global version of target.position. This should be a cell. Is that a thing we can pass in? No. What if we change our entity object for cell? To be class name cell. Is that a thing we can do? That is a thing we can do. Okay. So we now have target as a cell. Given a target, we can call let's go to our cell. I think we just want to call resource. That's wrong. Those are all wrong. How are we doing this within cell? Edgar? Zeke, calm down. It's just Edgar. Okay. I believe this is what we were doing. I'm not sure where this. Destination, which is player.destination, to global resource.position. What if I just drop this? What are we getting out of that? Yeah, this is where we're at before. This is the problem we're running into. That calling to global on it fixed. But that's not fixing it. I don't know what these positions are coming in for now. We don't need a reset. So this is if they're traveling, set it to travel. Direction normalized velocity, and then it eventually stops and sets it back to idle. I have no clue how we're getting this as our global position. Maybe it's because we need to set target. Maybe the to global is relative to the container. It is. So we need to specify the global reference in relation to the container. Okay. So we're back to where we can get a distribution. So let's randomize this now. We need a positional offset vector. So let's do a var offset equals vector 2, where we do a random float in a range of negative 20, 20. And then ran f range negative 20 to 20. Might need to do more than 20 to see a difference. Let's do 100. Edgar, will you please make up your mind? $100 might be too much, but it is doing what we want it to do. Okay. Let's drop it down to 50. Alright, so we go to destination. We just need to think through this for a second. If your intended action is to harvest, we want you to travel to destination. Upon getting to destination, we want you to wait. Do we even want it to wait? I have it. I'm actually downsampling it even to 1080p on a fairly low bitrate. It actually says it's unstable right now. Let me see. No unstable events. Why does it think it's unstable? Average bitrate is too high. Let me see if I can fix that for you guys. What is Twitch recommended bitrate? It says 6,000. Okay, here we go. Settings. Yeah, hopefully she's gets feeling better soon. Hopefully that fixes the bitrate issue. We'll see if it actually updates live or if I need to restart the stream. But moving forward, it'll be like half of its current bitrate, which hopefully will make it a little more stable for you guys. It does mean YouTube is going to be throwing a fit instead because it wants a different bitrate. Let me see. No. I don't even think I can. Here, let me see if just toggling this will do it. I think. No, I don't think I can change the bitrate live, unfortunately. But it'll be fixed for next time. Alright, what are we doing? They are going to a random destination near their point. So that's working correctly. We want to, upon hitting a destination, transition to harvest state, which would then transition back to a different travel state to a different location for duration. So we effectively have, we need to start a timer. For the duration of the timer, every time they would transition to idle, they instead transition to, they stay in the harvesting state and transition to a new location. trying to think how we'd want to code that would be in alignment with the state model style. Because if we, I don't want to put too much nesting in our switch case. I also don't want to decouple it too far so that we have all these nodes sitting around, because it just makes our graph tree super complex. So I think we need to function set, or let's do act. So you will take the current state So you want to take the current state, see what state we're in, which can be idle, it can be travel, and gather for now. Do they have a default? They do have a default, okay. No, they don't. Figured as much. So these are the base states we have. If you're in the idle state, we want you to despawn. So it's get parent dot remove child. Is this self? Self, okay. So remove yourself from the parent, and then self dot queue free. Is there a break keyword for your switch? Can you continue through states is the problem. GD script match. How do you avoid breaking? Because that's going to be important at some point. You can comma delimit the list. Types dot player state dot travel. Oh, that's cool. So we don't need break. Okay, so it removes itself when it goes idle. In the travel case, if it's in travel and it's acting, that's what we want going on here. So come back to that one. In this case, if we have a destination, position equals destination, then we will randomize for a new. Okay, so if your position is equal to the destination and you are meant to be gathering, then you will create a randomized offset to add some variability, set your destination where you should be going to the target globalized position, adding the offset, and then set state to travel. So if your destination matches, update all the stuff. do we care? No, we don't care. If you transition into the gathering state, an act is called. You should just perform this logic. Okay, and then travel. I think for act we need to provide the delta float. And for providing that, I'm tempted to say we just throw it in here, but so our travel condition, while traveling, we do this. This is going to update our direction and send us a small distance. So now, instead of handling these here, we can just call act delta. Welcome! Thanks for the
Golden
raid.
character design just rated with 3 viewers.
Alright, so this should give us our state machine for handling travel, gather, and idle. In the case of idle, it's going to delete it. We do still need to check and see if our current position is now equal to our target dot position. Target dot to our hand. Right, we're going to destination. Welcome, welcome. We're building out a game for, well, you guys, to be exact. Alright, so if you have your current position equal to destination, then we want to transition you to the target. So this would mean our state is equal to action state. Else we update. Yes. Oh, the answer from me is yes. Alright, that means we are not transitioning properly into here. So we want to, I think we're instant deleting is what's going on. So we need to set our action immediately. Action state equals state. We also want to set state equal to underscore state. I was expecting that to transition. I think we're having problems with this loop here. We will set our print for it should be getting travel, which is going to be setting. Oh, it's infinite looping, so what's going on? So what's happening here is we hit this line, which tells it to travel. And if position hasn't been updated, this should be updating destination. Let's see. Destination, state. Is it not transitioning out? Print. Arrived. It's never flagging that it arrived. This comparison is having a problem. Does this contain something like is equal approximately? Exactly like that. Destination. Do I do equal equal anywhere else? No. Let's move that. It's still not getting an equal. Let's do GD script, how to compare two vectors for equality. I wonder if this is coming down to I mean, it's random. Right now, everything is random. It's just spawning 5. I think what's going on here is I think our direction being normalized, I think this is just so small, it's just not moving after a certain point. So let's find out if... I think we're going to need to change this first. When you hop into game, let's reduce this from 5 down to 1. And then let's hop back into player, and we're going to print position. I want to see what your position's updating to on a regular output. Alright, it's stationary now because it's such a small amount in difference. So that makes me wonder, direction. I think what we need to do is check and see if this dot is 0 approximately. Print 0-ish. We randomly hit the exact match on values at once. I guess if it goes long enough, eventually it transitions. That's funny. It's never printing 0-ish, which means even then, this isn't small enough to print out 0. We might have to handle this through some sort of collision. Oh, you know what? let's just not normalize this and see if this is 0. Nope. I need to figure out if it's within GD script vector within range of another of point. See if they have a there's a distance too. All right, so we can do if position dot distance squared to destination is less than or equal to. I see the documentation on this. Oh, of course, it's not going to give it to me through there. Can I do it through that? Hey, there we go. So this gives me a distance. If it's less than or equal to, let's say 1.0, then print 0-ish. Hey, we got it. There we go. This is how we check to see if we're at our destination. So if we're at the destination, then we want to set state equal to our action state. Otherwise, we need to perform our update. Look, you can go to a location and gather a resource now. Imagine once we add little SCV animations to this. We might want it to... I think instead of doing this, I think what we want to do here is wait for a short duration and then move on. So gather will trigger a timer. Where's our player object? So let's call dot start. I think we can pass the time seconds. Yeah, okay. So let's wait for 3 seconds. We need to, in our ready, we're going to call you gather timer. there's a method for this. Timeout? No. I set a timer on something recently. I don't think it was a resource. There's timer. Okay, so it's the cell. Cell. How did we bind connect? So we hop to player and we call that dot connect for timeout. We can pass it a. Can we do GD script anonymous function? Func state equals types dot player state dot saying gather. So it needs to transition to travel. Okay. So it should wait 3 seconds and then transition to travel. We don't want it to be travel though. When we're transitioning here, what we really want it to do is we want to have an intermediary state, I think. So we gather for 3 seconds, and then at the end of the 3 second period, we want it to go into a kind of like a pending. I'm thinking we do something like add a new type down here that is search. And so in our player, we then transition into search, and we add a new types.player_state.search, which will run this and then update to travel. We can also then add the logic here to check if you've gone through enough cycles. This will eventually trigger an animation to do gathering, I think. Let's set to one shot, no auto start. What are we not setting? It's not going in idle. Action should be getting called, which sets our action state and our state. Are we using action state? State equals action state. So traveling will attempt if your such state to action state, your position gets updated. No, we don't need this. Okay, so don't worry about idle for now. We can't trigger the idle state. Travel, if your position is within a 1 pixel of your destination, then it will transition to action state. Otherwise, it attempts to move towards your position. So let's print test, print test 2. None of these are errors. Are we no longer, where's our game at? Adding child, players to action, setting to gather. In the player object, it's attempting to, where's the player object? We're calling action. We're setting our target, we're setting our action state, which are the variables we're passing in, and we're setting the current state. So it's setting it to gather. Oh, it immediately waits for 3 seconds then. We don't want it to set it to gather then. We want it to set it to types dot search. It looks like our timeout is not triggering properly. Print timeout. This is working correctly, and this is working correctly though. It's never calling timeout. What am I doing different from how we set it in, was it cell? It's a one shot, wait time, idle, auto start off. And then in cell script, we connect the timer on timeout with the function. I don't think we even call it anywhere else. Just timer.start with a duration. The only difference we're doing is I'm trying to use an anonymous function instead. So let's see if maybe that's the issue. What is it? Search, sure. Which is a void function that just sets state equal to types dot player state dot search. Search. What's the connect flags? For the call back on idle time rather than instant. Persist connections are stored when the object is serialized. I need it to persist, I think. Two. I think our problem is that this is being packed, and so we need to persist with the pack. But you would think that would only matter in the case where it's not an object on this, but maybe I'm wrong. Nope. Print Test. When we deal with resource, we have a, it's not resource, it's cell. When we deal with cell, we have a timer, and timer we'll call resource refresh. Resource refresh, print testing. All the cells initially spawn. Ooh, it's not. Maybe physics? No. Let's do this part player. Player. If I change the timer type from idle to physics, will that... Oh, I need to remove this from cell so it's not spamming that. No. GD script, timer not working. Well, first off, I guess I should print test. Let's make sure we're actually getting into the gathering state. That might be the problem. We do go into the gathering state. This might... Okay, I think that might be our case. Okay, so when we go into the gather state, it just starts spamming start, and since it's a one-shot, I think it's going to be resetting it. Here we go. If gather timer dot paused, there should be a GD script timer paused. Is stopped. I'm pretty sure strings still require quotation. Hey, it wanders, waits and wanders. Rand underscore range float. Let's randomize it from 2.0 to 4.0. Welcome back. We're now to the point where we kind of have the core of how wandering works in place. It randomizes a timer between 2 and 4 seconds in each position and then wanders to another position around the resource node. That's rough. Man, getting sick, especially stomach bugs, sucks. I want to see where player's at first. Player is Z index 5, and so gather scenes are a Z index of 0. So these are background level. Cells are getting ordering of, I think they're 1, yeah. So I should do resources at 2. Resource scene, boom, ordering 2, and I will do this. Player should render on top of resources now. Okay, what I'm going for here. Let me see if I can find a little snippet. Ah, it's not quite the same. But the concept, I think, plays through. We need to do a little bit of, we'd obviously have to put a character model in, and we'll need to do a little bit of rotation, so it's aiming towards whatever it's harvesting. But I think the concept works. If we expand this out, we can then run oof. Sorry to hear that. Eh? After the time period, I still need it to return. It was fun. Yeah. It's not a style of game I would normally play, but I will agree that it is that entire genre is a very addicting, satisfying thing if you are one of the numbers go up players. I really like how it looked. The polish was really good on it. I think overall it's turning out pretty damn good. Let's remove this. Let's go to player. That's all working now, so let's remove this. I like the changes personally. I really like the stylistic direction you took on it, both from a visual standpoint as well as like just not so much. I mean, I do like the art style in particular, but the entire thematic direction, which includes the dialogue choices, the visuals, the theme, all of it. I really like that direction. I will show it to my fiance, and I'm sure she will love it. She keeps telling me that she's going to run off and start a cult, so for reference, my fiance went to her bestie's house, which her best friend lives like 3 hours from here. Also has kids, so she brought the kids there. She went there for like a weekend was the intention. She was gone for less than 36 hours. She left Friday evening after the kids got out of school and got back Sunday afternoon. And during that time period, she got ordained as a minister for the as a Nomerian minister for the Church of Nome. So, yeah. I'm sure she will love it. She actually a couple of our friends got married a few weeks back, and she proctored isn't the right word for it. What's the word I'm looking for? Like ran the ceremony for their wedding. After they had a like pastor lined up for it and everything, and then they backed out. Like I don't even think it was a whole 2 weeks before the wedding, and so they were gonna have to cancel the wedding, and so she performed the ceremony for them. I have a print somewhere in here that just says test, and I don't know where I put it. I guess I deleted it already. Yep, there we go. Okay. Just let these guys kick off. Yeah, okay. So we have our base. So I need to track within the player your gathering. Every time you start the timer, we will increment a value. So if it stopped and count is less than, we'll do less than, let's do it 5 times. Then we'll start this and then we'll count plus plus. Else, if count is greater than or equal to 5, then instead of performing the gather, we will transition to travel home. And return let's call this home. I like home more than return. You going home. So you're transitioning to state equals. Is it else if one word? That's another common way to do it. elif is another way of doing it. Yep, elif is the one. They don't like plus plus, so plus equals 1. Did I not save? I didn't save this type. Alright. Player. Hey, there we go. Okay. So you're trying to go home. In our state of home, types.playerState.home. So if your state destination is set to home, then we will set we want to set destination equal to get parent no. I want to specify this. Let's add bar home vector 2. Right, we can't set vector 2 still. Destination is home. And then we will set state equal to types.playerstate.travel so that you are now traveling towards home. If at any point in time, oh right, thank you for the follow. If at any point in time you are there, we need to do that. So we need to define in our map, no, in our game, we need to define on our player.home equals map.hub location. Alright, and then in player, we are setting to travel. So in our travel, we want, if you are ever, oh, right, we need to set destination equal to home. Okay, so if we need to set action state, okay, so we also need to check, are you within distance of your destination? That's the most important thing. Once you're in here, if destination is approximately equal to home, then do home things. Else, do standard traversal things, do action. Home transitions you to state equal to types dot player state dot idle. So if you've made it to your destination, check to see if the destination is equal to home. If it is, you're now idle. Otherwise, you're transitioning to the next state, which is stored in action state. And then once you go idle, your character gets deleted. In this scene, this will change eventually. Actually, we might add a different state for that. I think this will always be delete. It's just how you get there will change. Actually, maybe not. It might always be when your destination is home, you go idle and you get deleted. It'll just be a difference of, does it auto send you home or not? Do I want this in here? No, I don't want this in here. This doesn't care about it. This should always start the next timer. This should handle if you're searching. So if count is less than 5, so if count is less than 5, we increment count. If count is greater than or equal to 5, and then you go home instead. And then in the case where we increment, we also want to set our destination and go to travel. So if you've searched less than 5 times in an area, and that way this function will persist, the search logic will persist on a, search an area 5 times and go home, regardless of how you got here. So in this case, search less than 5, we increment, add a randomization, send you to the randomized offset from your destination, tell it it's traveling, which handles animation. If count is ever greater than or equal to 5, then you go home. So this will persist. Now when we introduce the explore and when we introduce the deliver, they can always use this search. Seek might be a better phrase for this, but it should work for now. Let's see if we go home. I want to know print freed. It's doing the thing. All right, our players can run out and gather resources now, and it will spawn them and clean them up properly. So the next logical thing for me to work on, now that this is all up and running, is for me to start integrating a new command into the Discord bot. Right? Because we've got gather logic in place. The remainder of the visualization logic is going to be randomizing what resources in each resource node, exploration to reveal, which will be based off of the gather logic anyways. It'll just set the destination as the center of a cell, then reveal a resource node once you're back home. We might need to introduce some sort of action callback for that. Maybe, no. I don't want to get too complex on some of these things. So I got a message from my fiance. I keep getting distracted by it. So I popped it open and I was reading it, and she just wants me to, call her when we're done streaming. But our message history is pulled up now. I want to share an image with you that's in our history here. Let me see if I can open in browser. This is just a random picture from my fiance's chat history in Discord from when I was playing Peak. This is my buddy I was playing Peak with. I sent it to her. I mentioned the whole Gnomerian church or the Church of Gnome thing. He unlocked the gnome getup. I don't think I shared my character. No, I didn't. Alright, the next logical thing I'm pretty sure here is to wire in player controls. Which would mean a Discord endpoint. And our authentication layer to verify that our game client is a eligible client. Thinking how we should do that. Security on this one's going to be a bit of an issue because we are live streaming it. So how we do handshakes and how we distribute keys is going to become a bit of an issue. If it wasn't for live streaming, we could just do a private public key approach to it. We do run the risk of... No, I guess it's not a problem. I just think we run the risk of the whole man-in-the-middle attacks to get the private key and being able to do that. But even if they did, they would just be able to redirect registered traffic to a destination, in which case all they would be doing is providing me an IP address because my server's in the cloud anyways. Am I? Do I care? If we have a set API and it's negotiate a connection, I'm a little concerned if we have. I'm a little concerned on the bad actor side. Because the intention right now, the game server flow for this is it's going pretty good. We're figuring out how I want to handle our networking for the game we're building now to get to where chat can start sending commands. So we have Twitch Discord user, which would make a call, which would type into chat, bang, interact, whatever, command. We then have the bot, which will see that and execute a method by sending it to the game client. Game client then performs a render. By trade, I am a web developer. I am making a game right now, and starting in January, I will be joining a company where my full-time job is a mix between web dev and game dev. But mostly I do web dev. I'm just interested in making games, so I'm making games. So the user will send a command. The bot will recognize the command, send it to the forward it to the game client. The game will then render. This is the basic flow. Within that flow, we need I can't remember off the top of my head how Twitch does this, but if we do it from the Discord standpoint, then it is disk server installs Opet. That's the name of the bot. This will do all the registration to get an ID for each group. Because from this point forward, we now know they call them guild ID, which is your disk server ID. All of the games I've made so far are technically PC games. Not all of them. Well, all of them were designed on PC for PC users. One of them was designed with web tech, so it's all fully responsive, which means technically you could play it on mobile if you wanted to. I mean, it functions as a website, so there's no reason it wouldn't work. I'm assuming Twitch is the same way, where the creator installs the chat bot and that's how you handle the linking. I know that's not how it works for YouTube. It's kind of how it works in that you need to register the they don't call it SNS, the event topic in GCP. But it's not as simple as install chatbot. I know Twitch should be the simple though. I'll have to look into this deeper to see if this is it, but let's assume that it runs the same way as Discord. No, as far as games go, beginning of 2024, I did a game jam. Mid 2024, I did a game jam. So beginning of 2024, I did a game jam using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, so just web tech stuff. And then in mid 2024, I taught myself a little bit about Godot and GDScript and did a game jam. Then work stuff, and then I moved, and then I started doing some company stuff, spinning up a Discord bot and things like that. And then so about a month ago, I started streaming. 3 weeks ago, I started streaming. teaching myself not teaching, relearning C++, and then teaching myself SDL to make a game, like figure out how game engines worked a little bit better and just refresh on C++ because I wanted to. Which is when I started doing a little bit more into game dev. So all I have from a game standpoint is on itch.io. But I've spent the last decade, 13 years, doing web dev. So if you want to see things I've built, I can show you one of those. Let me just log in to the system real quick. I don't know why that just signed me out. Let's try that again. IoT. There we go. I worked on this team. I built the UI. Well, not this exact page. Actually, no, this page. I built this exact page that we're looking at. I worked on the first team I joined when I was at Amazon was IoT Sitewise. Although back then the team I was on was a sub team under Sitewise. Well, would eventually become Sitewise, called Bifrost. Was our internal team name. Sitewise ended up being a merger from 3 other teams. And then from there, I transitioned to an internal product. And then from that, I transitioned to Buy with Prime, which you guys would know externally as that button that pops up on people's non-Amazon websites that says Buy with Amazon, the team behind that. And then before that, I don't think I can show you that. Maybe. Let me check. Does it still exist? I built this. This is the project I architected and built out prior to joining Amazon. It's an outage map. Looks like they've updated the icons a little bit since then. They used to be impact zones, so it would actually visualize the region that was impacted. But it looks like they swapped it to icons. The overlay is still the same and just as jank. That's what happens whenever you have like a 2-month delivery deadline for something. But I built this before I joined Amazon for Nevada Energy, which is it might be the only, I can't remember if it's the only or if it's like one of 2 energy productions within Nevada. And then, oh, the other big project that I worked on that's public. Sure, this one looks familiar to most people in the US. I built this. Specifically, they removed the thing that we spent forever working on. So it used to be on this screen when you sorry, when you were customizing your order, there used to be a little visualization on here that would show the layers of each of your sandwich, each layer having its own image, and then it would stack them for you and stuff like that. We spent like 2 months building that, and then it was removed like 2 years later because it was all kinds of jank, but it was one of the requirements. Like the implementation wasn't jank. It was a flaw in design from the beginning, and we pointed it out, but they made it a hard requirement on the project, and it was like a 3 month delay just from adding that to the project too. It was just all kinds of a nightmare to work with. That was the second project I worked on out of college, the second company I worked for out of college. All right. All right, so you install the bot, which then gets a relative ID so we can track. We can then bind a syntax. Are you not familiar with Panera Bread? Panera Bread is one of the largest here. It's not anymore. It used to be larger. It's one of the, oh, it won't even show all of them as we zoom out. It's one of the largest ones in the Midwest area. But it's got a few hundred, or 100 or so locations in most states. It's mostly East Coast in the U.S., but it's a fairly large restaurant, yes. Outside of, it was based out of St. Louis. That's their headquarters. Outside of St. Louis, they have another name. Oh, no, sorry. In St. Louis, it's called St. Louis Bread Co. Outside of St. Louis, their like more global name is called Panera Bread. So this will give us a server ID so we can construct something like when chat comes in, disk colon UUID colon username. Or something like Twitch colon UUID colon username. It's, I mean, they're very. If you see the, here, let me see if I can find a. I mean, their logo is pretty identifiable. Their logo is pretty recognizable, but they all look the same. They all look exactly like this. Or at least they used to. I don't know if they've changed their design in recent years, but all of them's interior looks like this. So if you've been there a couple times, even if you don't remember the name, this probably looks familiar. So this will give us a object reference for where it came from, so we can identify your user. We can identify in an ID based on where it should go. Once we have the message tuple, technically we don't care about this. We might want to do this as a full qualifier. Sure. What do you got? Um, we need the username. This is what we will be registering our accounts against, which means on the game client side, we need to contact bot with an array of an identifier array. Yeah, I have my Discord information posted in it should be linked under the video in Twitch. Should be open, anybody should be able to join it. I post when I start streaming every day. When I was deciding on topics for this, I posted in there about the topic ideas that we were looking into, if I have any sort of updates, stuff like that. Contact with the identifier array. The identifier array determines what should be sent to this client instance. So connect should send identifier arrays that we're listening for. Disconnect should send a clear. We need, what's an identifier? It's going to be something like Twitch or Discord, UUID, username. No. Identifier. Connect will send an array of identifiers to listen for. Disconnect sends a clear. In both these cases, we also need to send a UUID for client. That way, we can store this and know which of these to clear out. We can just programmatically create this at runtime. We don't really care. This is just for identification purposes. Disk server is going to need disk server is going to need Obeta is going to need to track client to client, which would be by UUID, to identifier array, chat through the identifier user ID int string. We might just expand this out and do it as a something like identifier user field 1, no. call it int. I think cell is the proper name for it. And resource. I don't want to call them those though. Chat will send this information. This week lean based on where it came from. And then this comes from the system. So when you send the chat command, we get all this information. It then has to do a client lookup based on identifier. And then we forward user cell resource to the client. Client can connect, which will define our identifier array. We need to send a UUID, so we can do this, and then disconnect will clear out that, so we're not spamming information. OPET is going to need a keep alive. Drop the socket if client disconnects. Clear and clear. Identifier. No, clear UID info. That removes the need for this, which also removes the need for this, because we can store it by UID on the Discord server. If we establish a socket, then we can, yeah, so if we establish that it as a WebSocket keep alive, we generate a UUID on the bot to store the information. When the socket's keep alive fails, it means the client has disconnected, and we can close the socket, do any cleanup on identifiers, and stop listening on those channels and forwarding. So all a game client needs to do is send a connection request with its list of identifiers, and then the server does the rest for establishing and maintaining the list. That handles our push loop. Which means all we need to figure out on the client side is how do we authenticate a client. The top things that come into mind are going to be, let's change this to params. Technically, this would be a string array. So how do we authenticate? Option 1 is a private key. Option 2 is a proper auth system, which generally relies on a private key anyways. If we just provide a static built key, we have, so if we provide a static built key, then we need to, I'm thinking, if it's a static built key, we run the risk of it being yoinked. And if someone gets a hold of it, then they would be able to connect, register, and listen to chat coming in. That being said, with the exception of Discord chat, although technically even that, Twitch chat is public. YouTube chat is public. It's a collation, which allows it to be utilized for other things, but I also have information on what your IP address is that you're feeding all this into if you do this. So if we do auth based, I need to figure out how to store the auth information on your side. What protocol it would go over for connecting to the Discord server, or to the bot, and how that would interface. If we run that route, the hardest part is figuring out how we relay it back to the user, because we can either run the route of you log in with, say, your Twitch, for example, so that you can view it, but we then need to auth through the bot on your behalf with Twitch, which is I don't particularly want to do. The main thing I'm worried about is this identifier. If we're using Discord server ID, for example, there's nothing preventing someone from just sending an identifier that says disc : server ID being some major streamer server ID that is using our setup. And now they get to see all of these interactions going in. It's only feeding a specific command. So it's not like it's grabbing just general chat, you know what I mean? It is a concentrated feed. So I'm not too worried about it, to be honest. Which means do we even want to authenticate it? It limits who can write games, because they would need to provide a key. Okay. I don't think we authenticate. I think we just provide it as an API and allow it to where anyone can register against the bot. You would need to know, I actually might go so far as to put the bot on a public endpoint. You obviously have to install the bot on your Discord server and install the chat bot on your Twitch account, so I can see who all has it registered. The only downside is I guess if we do it through Discord, we could have you provide a UUID. Yeah, let's do that route. Disk command to add UUID link. Game start, ask for UUID. inject your UUID. Actually, game start provide random UUID to user. Call disk slash, we'll call it a blah, blah, blah. Connect game UUID. Press connect in game. So when you boot the game, it will provide you a UUID. You copy paste this UUID into a Discord command, and this will store a UUID for your session linked to your accounts in the bot. So you have to establish it through the Discord. Once this connection is linked, then you press connect in the game client, and then it will send its connection request with UUID. And then all requests can be authenticated back and forth over this UUID. And every time you... I guess we could establish this so that's not... I'm gonna have to think about this. The alternative way, so this is one way of doing it. The alternative way would be disk, boom. We'll call it generate game game key, which will dump out a UUID for you. And then in game, paste UUID, press connect. And so every time you boot the game, you can reuse the same UUID. And then of course, behind the scenes, the game would, you know, send connection request with UUID, which is this up here. And so Discord generates your UUID for you. This is unique to you. If you ever want to regenerate your UUID, you just call this command again and it replaces your UUID with a new one on the bot side. And then the next time you launch a game, you just give it a different UUID. So think of it like Jack Party or Jackbox party games. Jackbox. The Jackbox party games where the game is running as a host provides a key. All clients put in the key, and that's how you handshake on the connection. And so as long as you have the key, you can get information from the server. And then if you ever want to reestablish your key, you just run this again. So if you are worried about security, you can reestablish your key every time you spin this up. If you ever accidentally expose it, you just reestablish it and provide a different one, kind of thing. And then the rest of this happens behind. I like that. And that way it's do this, and then from this point forward, everything's in game. Whereas in this one, you have to do, you know, game, disk, game. I don't like that. So this is how we're going to authenticate. It's a simple strategy for it, but this is, I mean, it's just like a setting your own password. Just, more reliable. Okay, I think we're good on how we're going to set this up. It's already 4:40 for me. I normally stream till 4, so we're a bit past time for the day. Valkyrie, I will take a look at your artwork. I saw your message. After stream, and respond to you. Like I said, for anybody that wants to join, I stream most days. I will not be streaming tomorrow, which is Christmas. I will not be streaming the day after, which is, the day after Christmas. So Thursday, Friday. Friday through the weekend, I will be at a friend's place, or at least Friday, Saturday, I'll be at a friend's place with my fiance. Hopefully, we'll be playing some D&D. And then my intention right now is to pick streaming back up Monday at 10 a.m. Central US, assuming we don't have technical issues again like we had today. That delayed it a little bit. And then we will be streaming from 10 a.m. Central to 4 p.m. Central, which is roughly a 6-hour period. And so we'll keep to that. That's the plan for now. Next week, I will continue working on this. Monday, we will be tackling what we just outlined here. We'll be tackling the Discord side for setting up and communicating and everything. I would like to get the game to where we can send commands Monday. That will allow you guys to start testing and playing around with it while I'm working on things. So that's kind of the goal. If I get some free time over the weekend, I might tackle some of this. We'll see. But yeah, Monday morning is when we'll pick this back up. I might hop on stream tonight. I'm feeling pretty good, so I might hop on stream and do some video games. I've got a friend that's been wanting to play some Marvel Rivals, so we might do that for a little bit later. And then, of course, if we end up playing any over the weekend, although Friday, Saturday, I'm pretty sure I won't be streaming at all. I will be out of town, so the odds of me streaming on those days are almost zero. All right, like I said, I'll see you guys Monday, and let's find someone to raid. Let's find. I want someone doing game dev. Here's someone picking up Godot. Let's pop this out. Oh, let's do uptime. I don't know why they don't have. Let's just do viewers then. Let's go a little bit smaller in channels. Let's do someone right around here. Actually, what are these big channels working on? Some web dev stuff, PHP. Here's some game dev. Let's check out Mary Chrysler. This is Coffee Lava. Let's raid them. Alright, I will see you guys Monday. Thank you for joining me. Here we go.